So I see that the autograph session at the Jet Car is just about complete. And boy, it looks like people are gathering around the Darkside top fuel pit. And that means that they are going to be firing up in a few minutes. So if you are wandering around the pit areas and you can't see the Dragster, you're in the wrong spot. You want to head over to where the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster is and experience exactly what a fire-up is all about. Let your eyes water with the nitromethane and your ears rattle with the sound of 11,000 horsepower. So check it out. If you're wandering around, head over to the Darkside Top Fuel trailer, which is very easy to spot. So head over there because they're going to be firing it up pretty soon. You don't want to miss that. They'll be racing, making a run later on tonight at 8 o'clock, right around there. But you have the opportunity to experience it, and it is a visceral experience. You got to experience it. If you've never done it, check it out. So, yeah, I see the crowd gathering by the Darkside trailer. 5 minutes away, they're going to fire it up. I should probably go down and check it out. This evening's announcing Chrissy Anderson and Cole Sorensen. They are up here in the tower, and they will be calling all the action through the evening.
Well, race fans, just at the back of the staging lanes right now, getting ready to fire up the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster. They're going to fire up the car on alcohol first before transitioning over to Nitro Methane. And, of course, getting through the warm-up procedure. Might throw some throttle wax in there for good measure, but make sure, again, to get to the Darkside Racing Top Fuel trailers. They are getting ready to fire this thing up for the first time this weekend for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. Crew just going over the final parts, final checks before they turn the motor over for the first time. Again, starting it up on alcohol before switching over to Nitro Methane here for the warm-up. The Darkside Top Fuel Dragster down here at the back of the staging lanes at the head of the pit area here at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Auto Group Strip. Well, there you are, Mission Raceway Park. Your first taste of nitromethane for the weekend for the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster gang out of Calgary, Alberta. And they've been doing it for well over 30, approaching 40 years of Top Fuel competition. You can see the throttle whack, the dust that got kicked up, as well as some of the big show teams have kind of taken that out of their startup procedure, as well as the warm-up procedure, but the Darkside team still keeping it in. That helps seat the clutch on these race cars and is quite a show for the Darkside team. And, of course, the big show cars now producing well over 10,000 horsepower. You're going to see the Darkside team making their one hit of the night around 8 o'clock tonight, getting ready to take on the Titanium Auto Group Strip and the Lordco Auto Parts sponsored machines. So, again, the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster completing their warm-up for the evening. They will be getting ready to make a run down the racetrack later on tonight, as well as the Tomahawk Jet Funny Cars. So make sure to stick around for that. We got qualifying for all of our feature classes coming up at around 5:30. So racing action getting ready to kick off in just a few moments here at Mission Raceway Park. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. MDA Fabrication, Outlaw 275, you're on a standby call. Outlaw 275, you're on a standby call. We're going to be ready to go at 5:30 for your first qualifying session. Once again, MDA Fabrication, Outlaw 275, you guys are on a standby call. Of course, as Chrissy has just reminded me, the Pro Shop is, of course, open right across from the Half Track Snack Shack. So make sure just before we start qualifying to grab yourself something to eat, rather, down there at the Half Track Snack Shack, as well as your Smoke, Fire, and Thunder presented by Lordco Auto Parts merchandise. Chrissy, I think they got some deals as well down there at the Pro Shop.
Absolutely, Cole. Hey, everybody. Head on down to the Pro Shop, and you know what? If you buy a shirt, a sweater, or a hat, you can get some old Door Wars and Mission Raceway shirts for $5. So if you buy a shirt, get another shirt for $5. I mean, does it get better than that? They've also got, of course, the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder tank tops, pullover sweaters, T-shirts, and youth T-shirts, as well as the 2023 Door Wars 11 hoodies are on sale. So lots of stuff in the Pro Shop. If you want to head on down there and say hello to our friends in there in the Pro Shop and grab yourself a T-shirt, you could get a good deal.
Of course, we also mentioned the Half Track Snack Shack over in the spectator side of things. Lordco Auto Parts Lane, we got ourselves some food trucks over there as well. The Fishing Panda and Helm's Mobile Kitchen over there tonight for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So make sure to grab yourself something to eat if you're on the spectator side. And of course, we offer you guys to come on over and check out some of the race cars in the pit area over here in the TCS side of the racetrack as well. You also check out the Jack's Beer Garden with beer, wine, and spirits. They offer a vast selection of beers, wines, and spirits to satisfy every palate. And again, the Beer Garden is open over on the pit side of things over here in the TCS side of the racetrack if you're 19 years of age or older.
And I'll tell you, Cole, they also make a mean smoky. So if you're in for a smoky, head on down to the Beer Gardens. They are absolutely delicious.
So again, getting closer and closer to kicking things off for qualifying here on the Friday of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. And along the fence in the TCS side of the racetrack, just past the 330-foot cone, the Lordco Auto Parts tent set up with a bunch of free swag to give away. So make sure to head on over and check out our event sponsor for the weekend, Lordco Auto Parts, with over 100 locations province-wide. Lordco Auto Parts is your premier destination for all your high-performance needs. Again, make sure to check out Lordco Auto Parts, as well as the Titanium Auto Group, helping out with the Titanium Auto Group strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Get approved now, good, bad, and even ugly credit. You can head to titaniumautogroup.ca for more information. All right, attention in the pits, Outlaw 275, MDA Fabrication, Outlaw 275. I need you guys to the lanes, Outlaw 275, to the lanes. Good to see the West Coast Outlaw group back here at Mission Raceway Park as they're fresh off the Just Send It shootout at the Rad Torque Raceway in Edmonton, where Jordan Brandon got the job done in Outlaw 275. And Jordan, of course, running that 4:35 last night in the Test and Tune session, which is the quickest Outlaw 275 run that we have had here at Mission Raceway Park at 170-plus miles an hour in his Camaro. The Door Wars winner from earlier on this year here at Mission Raceway Park. So again, Outlaw 275. For MDA Fabrication, we've called you guys to the lanes. We need you to the lanes as we speak. That'll be lanes 5 and 6. So Outlaw Street and Real Street, you guys are on standby. Limited Street, you can come on down to the lanes as well. So here's a lane call. We'll get that out of the way. Outlaw 275, you guys are actually going to be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Limited Street, you guys are going to be in 5 and 6. And Outlaw Street and Real Street, you are both on a standby call. So again, Outlaw 275, you guys to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Limited Street to lanes 5 and 6.
So great to see you all out here with us today at Smoke Fire Thunder. Just about to get underway here with the Outlaw class, the West Coast Outlaw Series going on here. Points race for all these guys. It's going to be awesome and super exciting. I'm generally a junior street legals announcer, so I'm in the big times. We're going to have a great time tonight.
And just looking at the schedule, Chrissy, as well, getting down to the end of the West Coast Outlaws Series season for 2023. They've got one more race after this, the West Coast Outlaws Shootout, to round out their season here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. That's going to be the final weekend of September to October 1st here, the 29th to the 1st. Of course, the West Coast Pro Modifieds in action for that, as well as Real Street, Outlaw 275, as well as the rest of the West Coast Outlaw Series classes. And Canada West Doorslammers will be back for that as well. Canada West Doorslammers on tap as well coming up tonight. And again, you got your drivers meeting at Marcy's Trailer coming up in just a little bit. So make sure you're in attendance for that to collect the membership fees and the weekend fees as well. And always have a great show from them. They have another solid car count coming into tonight. So great night of racing action coming up. Of course, qualifying, getting ready just a few moments out for your Outlaw 275 competitors, and MDA Fabrication helping to bring us all of the action as we can hear essentially the first car starting up, getting ready to roll underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge to get qualifying kicked off.
Let's not forget a little bit later, Darkside Top Fuel will be running his pass. I can't wait. If you were over there during the startup, man, oh man, I can't wait to see that thing flying down the track.
I got a little excited there. Somebody was just switching up in the staging lanes, but getting paired up, getting ready to go. MDA Fabrication, Outlaw 275, of course, getting things kicked off for qualifying here for night number one of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, again, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. You can check out their display, and while you're over there getting your free Lordco Auto Parts merchandise and whatever else they have on tap, you can make your way over to the Bouncy Castles. That is set up over here on the pit side of the racetrack, just down from the 8th mile mark, the TCS side of the racetrack. Again, the Bouncy Castle all set up and ready to go as we are just a few moments away from getting things kicked off. All right, here we go with the first pair of Outlaw 275 qualifiers. Rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge and getting ready to roll into the burnout box and get things kicked off. Getting these cars going deep into the 4-second range, the 8th mile, 170 plus miles an hour, as we've seen consistent quick passes from these competitors so far. Test and tune last night. So the Jason Gagnon in the Nova over there on the far side of the racetrack, the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Climbing behind the wheel, the Radial Flyer, as opposed to Jason's usual Nova. A car that has quite the pedigree in small tire racing here in the West Coast, up against Justin Gallant out of Chilliwack, his 1985 Ford Mustang. And Justin had a very early end to his Door Wars weekend, his first appearance since having motor problems there. They got that thing pieced together and tuned up, getting ready to make their first qualifying pass of the weekend, the first pair down the racetrack here for Outlaw 275 and MDA Fabrication. Justin, the BDL Auto DMW race cars, Super Steve's tire Ford Mustang getting guided into the beams is Jason Gagnon out of Kelowna, the Gen 3 Speed JS Power Sports Precision Concept Angle Plug Racing Machine getting brought into the beams as well. You can see the crew member out front guiding him into his tire tracks to the burnout where he wants lined up and ready to go, as we will get a gauge on just how good the track surface is, as both cars are pre-staged, getting ready to bump on that bottom bulb. Full pulls in both lanes and straight into the 440s. How about a 445 with a 160 miles an hour from Justin Gallant, the TCS side of the racetrack? Jason Gagnon goes 451 with an 161 miles an hour over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. So deep into the 4-second zone for both racers to kick things off with two solid passes. And Gallant, obviously, currently, your number one qualifier with only two cars down the racetrack, as Tony Souza out of Surrey, the Violent Performance, SDK Performance, Langley Westcan Auto Parts, 1988. Fox-bodied Mustang over here in the TCS side of the racetrack, up against Chris Brenton from Vancouver, Washington, his 1963 Chevy Nova. We saw Chris make an appearance here at Mission Raceway Park last season for Door Wars. Unfortunately, missed out on Door Wars this year, but bringing back that awesome patina-looking Nova over there on the far side of the racetrack as it is guided into the beams. So the turbo for Brenton as he is in. Brenton having to pedal it, gets back on it, getting a little sideways at the top end, just gathers it back up. You can see him kicking up the dust in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, but fortunately doesn't make contact with the wall in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, drives it through to a 516 with a 159 miles an hour, but getting oh so close to the concrete over there for the racer out of Vancouver, Washington. Tony Souza getting down to the top end with a 543 with a 430 miles an hour. A little bit of a soft launch with a 129 60 foot in comparison to Brenton's 121 60 foot, and that was on and off the throttle for the Nova. So Scott Schulhauser is in the TCS side of the racetrack in his 1994 Ford Mustang out of Calgary against Mike Hawkins from Chilliwack, the Kent Specialty Automotive Diversified Metalworks machine, that 1981 Chevy Malibu, 598 cubic inches of nitrous-assisted big block Chevy over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, getting backed up from the burnout. Mike had a solid Door Wars weekend, and Scott, first time we've seen him back here at Mission Raceway Park in a while in that copper 1994 Ford Mustang, getting ready to be guided into the beams. Mike Hawkins, brought to us by Kent Specialty Automotive and Diversified Metalworks over there in the Malibu. You can see him purging the nitrous system over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Again, that 445, the run to beat so far from Justin Gallant. So, Schulhauser, it's been ready for a while. Is Hawkins getting brought into the beams now? Finally done purging the nitrous on that Malibu over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. That's something that the crews often communicate between the two of them. One final purge for Hawkins before he turns on that top bulb. As Schulhauser getting ready to build up the boost over here in the TCS side of the racetrack. We'll see if anybody has anything for Justin Gallant. How about another 440? 448 with a 965 miles an hour. Solid first hit for Schulhauser. As Hawkins goes 475 with the 3 at 153 miles an hour. And Chris, you got some pertinent information for Doorslammer drivers.
I do. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Doorslammers, you have a meeting at Marcy's trailer in about 3 minutes. All Doorslammer drivers, please head on over to Marcy's trailer for the drivers' meeting.
So getting ready. For the next pair, it is Rick McLeod out of Vernon. The TCS side of the racetrack, his Dodge Dart up against Steve Skokin. Skokin, Pro Charge Ford Mustang. And backing up from the burnout, Rick McLeod. The 87 Motorsports machine, and that Dart that was one of the cars that was featured on the Door Wars 11 t-shirt. I was behind Rick in the line at the pro shop, and he bought at least 20 different pairs for his various family members as he had the feature car. Unfortunately, Rick ran into some problems with the Dart. During the Door Wars weekend, the nitrous-assisted Mopar power plant, only natural for the Dodge. As Skokin out of Surrey, that 1981 Ford Mustang, the LMS Group sponsored machine, and Skokin has been a fixture in small tire racing here on the West Coast in the Outlaw 275 division for over 10 years, hard to believe. It's a finalist, the first ever Door Wars back in 2013. So at the top end, McLeod going to get there first. Of course, in qualifying, just looking for the ET of 464 with a 150.25 miles an hour. A 489 with an 829 miles an hour for Skokin. So Skokin off it a little bit early at the top end. So both drivers looking to move up in the order, try and get into that 442nd bracket. But solid hit for McLeod with that 464 with a 4 is our next pair already into the water box, getting ready to start their burnouts. So Dan Rodriguez in the TCS side of the racetrack, the Boo 1981 Chevy Malibu, 598 cubic inches, a big block Chevy power plant, as well as a whole lot of nitrous.
In the other lane, we've got Tyler Bodke. He's got a 417 cubic inch Ford Turbo fuel-injected engine, folks. He's owned this car for a year. He's been a bracket racer since he's 16 years old. That car has around 2,000 horsepower.
And Tyler, one of our American racers up from Rochester, Washington, was also here at Door Wars. Chrissy was doing her homework on Tyler.
I was, and you know, the tuner would like to say fuel tech sucks, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to listen too much to the tuners. They do play an important role. All right, one final purge of the nitrous for Dan Rodriguez, getting ready to build a boost. Tyler Bodke. Both cars, strong runs, strong early numbers, 554 with a 167 miles an hour for Bodke over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, and a 456 with a 6 for Dan Rodriguez over in the TCS side of the racetrack for the Ken Specialty Automotive, Milleron Truck Body, McGraw Metalworks, and Color Compress Corp. Chevy Malibu for the defending Smoke, Fire, and Thunder winner. Dan Rodriguez trying to go back-to-back here in 2023 in that beautifully turned out Malibu. And you got to love the vinyl top on that thing as well if you got to look at it in the pit area. So there is Jordan Brandon. Getting ready for Tyler Stamler. Start the burnout. Stamler, the True North Turbos S10 out of Rocky View, Alberta, and it will be the Battle of Alberta. The friendly match in qualifying round number 1. It's Jordan Brandon getting backed up from the burnout. The TCS side of the racetrack, his 2000 Chevy Camaro, and it is, as we were mentioning before qualifying started, been a very successful year for Jordan Brandon as he has taken out the Door Wars win, also took out the inaugural Just Send It shootout at Rad Torque Raceway, just outside of Edmonton. Brandon also running quicker than any other Outlaw 275 competitor we have seen at Mission Raceway Park in the Test and Tune session last night. As Tyler Stamler over there on the far side of the racetrack. It is Mission Raceway Park Outlaw 275 debut at Door Wars last year. Did not have the S10 at Door Wars this year, but bringing that thing back out, trying to go into the 450s. And that is a big-time problem for Tyler Stamler. As you can see, the drive line, the drive shaft is the biggest part that came out of the back of that S10 pickup. Jordan Brandon goes through to the top end, as you'll get a look at that in the Lordco Instant Replay. Stamler blows the tires off and kablooey. Brandon, 453 with a 0, 170 miles an hour, pedaling it for the Camaro with big-time hang time. You're getting a look up there on the big screen at just some of the debris that is on the racetrack for Tyler Stamler, who wisely, as soon as he knew that there was a problem in that race car, got out of the groove. But as you can see, there is going to be some cleanup necessary in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack as Tyler Stamler has an expensive problem over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, and fortunately an early end to his weekend by the looks of things for that S10.
Yeah, it's definitely something we don't want to see. Of course, the part of racing. Let our track officials clean up all the debris out there. It's a bad break for sure for Tyler.
So you can see that the drive shaft being picked up by one of the track crew there, and that thing has been pretty much snapped in half, as well as grenading multiple other parts of the rear end of the drive line in that machine. Tough break for Tyler Stamler, who have to get that thing towed off the racetrack. They'll do the debris sweep over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane to make sure that there is no fluid that has been laid down, as we'll have a little bit of downtime for some cleanup here in round at number 1 at qualifying for Outlaw 275. It's still Justin Gallant so far with the quickest run coming in the first pair. And we saw that the track was actually under some cloud cover as the sun has started to come up and come out from behind the clouds, behind the smoke, and kind of heat up this racetrack. Is trying to put so much power through those little radials at the back of these race cars and race trucks. Be finicky in the tune-up department. You need pretty much perfect track conditions if you want to make the strongest run that you can. So we'll see what happens here later on in the night with, I believe, still 2 more qualifying sessions for Outlaw 275, but still trying to get that baseline run down here in session number 1 before heading into the nighttime session when the sun sets here at Mission Raceway Park, and trying to get those big numbers up on the board for MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. So multiple sweeps from the starting line crew going to be underway there just to make sure that all of that debris is picked up. And they will get that truck removed off of the racetrack just as soon as they can. Can already see that the golf cart going down there to try and get Tyler's machine brought back to the pit area. And then we'll get underway with the rest of Outlaw 275 qualifying and limited street qualifying presented by Gulf and Fraser Financial. And man, oh man, it'd be a good time to check out some of those food trucks over there on the spectator side of things. The Fishing Panda as well as Helms Mobile Kitchen. Get yourself as well over here at the Pro Shop, your official Smoke, Fire, and Thunder merchandise presented by Lordco Auto Parts. And again, got that deal going on down there. You can get Smoke, Fire, and Thunder merchandise. You get $5 on previous Mission Raceway Park shirts. So make sure to head on down to the Pro Shop just across from the Half Track Snack Shack.
Might also be a good time to head on down to the beer gardens. Big thanks to Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits. They've got the barbecue on and some adult wobbly pops. If you care to enjoy a refreshing adult beverage, come on down to the beer gardens.
Also got the Hard Knox Stunt team that's going to be in action as well tonight, as well as through the day tomorrow. They've got some ride-alongs that they sold for the Variety Children's Network, helping out with that charity. As you can see the smoke at the top end, they're, I believe, getting prepared for their show and getting ready for some ride-alongs happening as well down at the top end of the racetrack in the shutdown area in the road course. So again, that is the Hard Knox Stunt team and their drift demonstration team. They've got some other special things up their sleeve throughout the weekend that we're looking forward to here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Of course, 2 big days here today, Friday, and Saturday tomorrow. So make sure to come on out as well. And plenty still on the schedule here. Again, just a little bit of cleanup going on as we work to get Tyler Stamler's truck off the racing surface and make sure that all the debris and metal has been picked up off the racetrack after some problems for Tyler Stamler. And I know, Chrissy, you are also the announcer for the Mopac Auto Supply Street Legals here at Mission Raceway Park to take place Fridays throughout the racing season. When's the next one of those on the schedule for everybody to check that out? I know you guys just had one. I'm putting you on the spot here. You can also head to missionracewaypark.com to get that on the schedule, as well as, I believe, purchase tickets in advance.
I know what I want to say. You know, I should know these things like, Chrissy, when do you work? See, I brought my big time racing binder, not my tiny little puny street legal binder. But I'd love to have you guys out to Street Legals. We have a great old time. Bring your grocery getter, bring your Tesla. You know, the Teslas, you got to watch out for those at Street Legals, folks.
And it is consulting the MRP website, missionraceway.com, by the way, the web address. It is September 1st, so Friday, Labor Day weekend. Come on out and run your street car as long as it passes tech inspection. You can head to missionraceway.com for more information on the Mopac Friday night street legal program. Their 11th race for the Mopac Street Legals coming up again on September 1st. So next Friday.
Thanks, Cole. I better put that in my calendar so I know when to come on in. What I do know is the last one is October 6th, and I'm hoping that's going to be a huge party. So that will be a huge race to come to. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. We have a great old time. Bring your friends, come on out, bring your ride.
Well, we got the website up here, I know, as well. You've got some drag boat racing announcing under your belt. The 16th and the 17th of September, it's going to be the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Rocco's Diner Fall Nationals. So get out your lawn chairs, get ready to sit on the beach here at Mission Raceway Park, and check out some thunder on the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association, back after a little bit of time off here, and I believe 20 plus years of no drag boat racing here in the Fraser Valley. They came back with their first event, and pretty good boat turnout and pretty good spectator turnout last time there, Chrissy, as well.
It was actually a great time. And, this is my second year working here, and I didn't even know there's a beach down there. A huge, giant beach, you guys. Oh, it's amazing. It's right across from the tech area. And yes, the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association having a 2-day race on the 16th and 17th down there at the beach. It should be actually really amazing. Those boats are fast. They are, and yes, they had a 20-year hiatus, and they raced in 2019 at Harrison. And then they had another hiatus because, the situation. And then they're back this year. So check them out on Facebook, the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association, and join their little page and get all the information. Maybe you have a boat and you'd like to enter it as well.
So, of course, you can see that many people jumping in to help with the cleanup here. And the problem is with all those small pieces of metal, you have to make sure that that is all picked off of the racing surface. So you can see that the blowers are out there, as well as everybody making sure that just every single piece is picked up and off of the racing surface itself. So, again, cleanup ongoing at the moment. Of course, Sunday here is going to be part of the regular Summit ET Racing Series at Mission Raceway Park. Before that gets kicked off, they've got the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service, led by the man you heard a little bit earlier here at Mission Raceway Park during the test and two, Jerry Lucky. That'll be morning at 8 a.m. on the 3rd floor at the timing tower here at MRP. Again, the RFC non-denominational chapel service Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Subject is being salt and light. That is, again, being led by Jerry Lucky. Everybody's welcome to that on Sunday here at MRP.
Shout out to our friends on the live stream, brought to you by Valley Tech and Lordco Auto Parts. We hope to see you down here live and in person so we can see your smiling face. Also great to see everybody out here today. I think that little bit of rain knocked that smoke down a little bit. What do you think, Cole?
Yeah, I can actually see the hillside here at MRP looking across the highway, which is a little bit of a change of scenery from what we saw earlier this morning, but nice to see that the sun has made an appearance, and looks like we'll have a great night of racing to wrap up things for the Friday of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, we're going to have the junior dragsters up as well for their exhibition pass, courtesy of Jerry's OK Tire. That'll be coming up later on in the program. And hey, $100 up for grabs for the best package. That is the best for the racer that has the best reaction time combined with their ET in relation to the dial-in that they select. So again, $100 up for grabs, as well as $50 for the best reaction time, courtesy of the Rodrigue family, and the $100 for the best package, thanks to Rocket Coatings. And the exhibition pass tonight for the juniors, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire, and always great to have them. Then tomorrow, it's a big weekend for the juniors. They're going to have the JBS Equipment Junior Shootout for the Summit Racing Equipment Junior Drag Racing League. $500 to win, $200 runner-up, and $50 for a semi-final appearance. So the chance to win a coveted Wally for the JBS Equipment Junior Shootout coming up tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park.
Yeah, in fact, tonight, that junior exhibition pass is going to be a glow pass. They're decorating their vehicles up with glowing glow sticks and everything that glows. So it should be really fun tonight. Afterwards, after their pass, they're having a glow party, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. So it should be a fun time for Junior Street a little bit later on.
So Justin Gallant still quickest here in round number 1 of qualifying with that 4:45 with a 5 from the first pair as the final stages of cleanup now underway. So straight into the 440s from our Outlaw 275 competitors, and still a few pairs back there in the lanes before we roll into limited street action. All right, thanks to everybody for coming out here on Friday of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. You can see yourselves up there on the Lordco Auto Parts big screen as Valley Tech Productions helping us out with the live stream. They do, of course, our weekly stream on the Mission Raceway Park Titanium Auto Group Strip YouTube channel. And, of course, always picking up the game for our big events here at MRP, such as Door Wars and here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So big thanks to them at Valley Tech for sticking with us here this weekend and helping give us those great shots up in the Lordco Auto Parts big screen.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
Folks at home with the live feed. the Vanishing One Stunt team.
And the wind light association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks.
Hey, Mission Fire Department walking through the grandstands right now with their boot drive, raising some money for muscular dystrophy. So make sure to get your tickets for that as we are getting ready with the next pair. Cleanup complete, Outlaw 275 qualifying. Continuing to roll on here at MRP, courtesy of the folks at MDA Fabrication. First pair after the cleanup, it's going to be Chris Gould over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. The CT Automotive Ford Mustang out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. Lethbridge, Alberta's Chris Houston. The Horsepower Solutions Fox Body Mustang and backed up from the burnout. I believe Chris's first appearance here at Mission Raceway Park of the 2023 season. So he gets guided up to the line, and over there, Chris Gould, we saw him make some solid runs at Door Wars as they have slowly been eating away and getting more and more aggressive with the tune-up on that machine. And Chris, formerly a runner in Outlaw 10.5 competition, before switching to an even smaller tire and a different car, building this Mustang just a few years ago and building up the boost over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Well, Gould getting down to the top end. How about a 453 with a 161 miles an hour to a 493 with a 145 miles an hour for Chris Houston. Houston over in the TCS side of the racetrack. Both racers pretty close in the 60-foot department. Then when you get to the 330-foot mark, right around half track for the 8th mile, Chris Gould really showing that big speed and big charge, 301, 300 to the 330-foot mark, and then a 453 with a 161 miles an hour over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Is your next pair, Bob Cook out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Horsepower Solutions, Milron Trucking Ford. J.R. Lazick over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Making some solid runs over there for the racer out of Kelowna, getting backed up from the burnout. So attention the pits, Outlaw Street. We need you guys to lanes 2 and 3. Outlaw Street to lanes 2 and 3. Attention the pits. Real Street, you guys are on standby. Real Street, you're on standby. Outlaw Street, we need you guys to the lanes. So you can see J.R. Lazick over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, purging the Nitro system. 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy power for the Gen 3 Speed JS Power. Current small block, big block Nitro Series world record holder in J.R. Lazick over there on the far side of the racetrack. Has been making some noise in the world of pro modified competition back with the small tires set up here this weekend. Both racers having to get out of it and coasting through to the top end. 703 with a 0 at only 59 miles an hour for Bob Cook, and J.R. Lazick a 743 with a 0 at 78 miles an hour over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. A 119.60 foot for Lazick, as Cook was a little bit lazy off the line there in the F-150, and we saw Bob at Door Wars last year in what was a multicolored Ford at that time. Of course, putting in work on that machine in the off-season and still trying to get the setup in that machine and getting backed up from the burnout now in that Fox-bodied Mustang, the TCS side of the racetrack. Trevor Mulder. So Trevor in that, again, Fox body over here in the TCS side of the racetrack, another regular with Outlaw 275 and the folks at MDA Fabrication. Still get guided into the beams. You can see the crew member backing away, and we'll see what Trevor Mulder can do over here in the TCS side of the racetrack, and looks to be one of the final cars in Outlaw 275. So, unfortunately, Trevor getting shut off at the line there. You can see the crew member leaning in and seeing something that he didn't like is they're going to back that car up. And unfortunately, Trevor takes the tree and cannot make a qualifying attempt. So, a tough break for Trevor Mulder as he'll get pushed back to the back of the lanes and get towed back. So we can see it looks like one final Outlaw 275 competitor going to try and take to the Titanium Auto Group strip before we roll into Gulf and Fraser Limited Street. So, problems for Mulder, but Jeff Whitworth getting ready to roll into the water box here. The Precise Mechanical Machine from over in Vancouver Island, the racer from Nanaimo. First time we've seen Jeff out here with the West Coast Outlaws in 2023, at least in the Outlaw 275 division, that Ford-powered Ford Mustang. course, the turbo slapped on there for good measure as Jeff will get ready to bring that thing into the beams. And looks like that will conclude round number 1 of qualifying for MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. As, again, Fox Body is kind of the name of the game in this division. Jordan Brandon kind of switching things up with the Camaro that has been the top of the class so far. But Justin Gallant, 445 of the 5, still your number 1 qualifier. Big wheels up launch from Whitworth, who had to pedal it, runs it through to a 523 with an 8, 138 miles an hour in the TCS side of the racetrack, and that was with the quick pedal. The crew looks pretty happy with that, and they'll head back to the pit area with a solid lap under their belt, and we try and put some more weight in the front end. 523 with an 8, 138 miles an hour for Jeff Whitworth to round things out for round number 1 of Outlaw 275 qualifying. So Justin Gallant, your number 1 qualifier heading into round 2. Coming up a little bit later on tonight with that 445 with a 5. And his Mustang for the first pair is Limited Street is into the water box next.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Real Street to the lanes, please? Real Street to 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's Real Street over to 3, 4, 5, and 6, please.
So getting ready with Limited Street, backing up from the burnout. You can see him up on the big screen right now. That is Max Nielsen, the Alberta racer that went to the final of Limited Street for Gulf and Fraser Financial at Door Wars, where Vanessa Richards put a stop to his weekend in a very close race with side-by-side 520s. Came down pretty much to the reaction time of both racers. Max getting the win at the inaugural Just Send It shootout at Rad Torque Raceway. And Chris McGraw, who's been a Real Street regular for the racer at Abbotsford in his 1990 Ford Mustang, the Fox Body machine that he calls Flipper over here in the TCS side of the racetrack. Both cars looking to make strong runs, and at the top end of the racetrack, 518 with a 9 at 136 miles an hour for Max Nielsen. 136.57 the mile an hour, 518 with a 9, a 123 60-foot. Strong numbers from Nielsen, and that will put him as your provisional number 1 qualifier. Chris McGraw, 432 with a 730.89 miles an hour for McGraw. As we'll get ready for our next pair. William Wood over here in the TCS side of the racetrack, purging the Nitro system in his machine, and Bobby Ehlers over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in the 1989 Fox-bodied Mustang in the Battle of the Fox Bodies. Bobby, who at Door Wars did this thing up on the back bumper in a very impressive wheel stand. The LS power plant, small block Ford with some nitrous slapped on her for good measure for Wood. So William Wood getting to the top end first, runs it through to a 553 with a 0-127 miles an hour to go into the number 3 spot at the moment. Bobby Ehlers, 672 with a 203 miles an hour over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. As both racers off the top end, we'll get ready for the next pair. It's Vanessa Richards. And the TCS side of the racetrack, the Y50 Ford Mustang for Gen 3 Speed, Precision Concepts, and Kelowna Chevrolet sponsoring Vanessa's Ford Mustang. She'll put the Nitro system, back-to-back Door Wars winner, former Limited Street category champion. Up against Justin Gibson, another racer that's used to going rounds over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And Justin, at Door Wars, got taken out in eliminations by Dad in an all-Gibson family matchup. Gibson was the runner-up at Door Wars last year. So Vanessa Richards getting to the top end, 5:23 with a 6, 132 miles an hour. Richards going into the number 2 qualifying position at the moment, and Gibson having some problems on the line there. As he'll stage up, get ready to make his hit. So 5:29 with a 230 miles an hour is Justin Gibson. Again, getting that qualifying run in and dumping the laundry at the top end. So Gibson right in behind Richards in the qualifying order. And you saw Justin Gibson. Now here's Jason Gibson out of Surrey. Kicked off the West Coast Outlaws series season in 2023 with a win down at Pacific Raceways back at the tail end of May. Of course, we've also seen Jason out here with his 1966 Ford Mustang. It is also street legal. Of course, limited street, as the name suggests. A few more restrictions on what you can do to the car compared to Outlaw 275, still running that drag radial in the back. So we'll see what Jason Gibson can do. Nielsen currently at the top. He's going to stay in the top. As Jason, unfortunately, spins the tires right on the hit and will coast it down to the top end. So Gibson, 10:43 with an 8, 64 miles an hour. So it'll be Cade Shirk out of Langley in the 1999 Chevy S10 for the Titanium Auto Group. Okay, trying to get that thing backed up for the burnout. Gets it in a reverse. Part of the Titanium Auto Group fleet that has developed out here at Mission Raceway Park. And of course, in addition to the Titanium Auto Group, fielding quite a few race cars here at MRP, the title sponsor for the drag strip here at Mission Raceway Park. And Cade, who's been running in a variety of different cars here over his relatively short time in drag racing. Got Derek out in front, getting ready to bring the S10 into the beams. So getting ready for our final pass in limited street. Max Nielsen again, quickest so far. Round number 1 of qualifying with that 5:18 with a 9. As Cade Shirk tripping on the pre-stage bulb, turning on the bottom bulb, getting ready. A little bit of wheel spin off the launch. He's off of it early, so problems for Cade Shirk. And the S10 is he's going to coast it through to the top end. Gets in the qualifying chart with a 12:00 with a 9, so they'll head back to the pits and do their homework there and try and get Cade Shirk back out for round number 2 and try and get him a more representative run on the board. So Max Nielsen finishing out round number 1 of qualifying. So we're going to squeeze in some Pro Mod bikes here before we roll into Real Street and Outlaw Street competition. So it'll be Rob Aston over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Calgary, Alberta, on his Hayabusa up against Steve Abusini out of Port Coquitlam. Already turning on the top bulb there in his CBR for PRP Automotive. Both of these bikes can run deep into the 7-second bracket in the quarter mile. See Abusini going through the gears, picking up the front tire, and at the top end of the racetrack, how about Rob Aston over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane on the street-tired Hayabusa, runs it through to a 7:25 with a 9 at 190 miles an hour. A 7:68 with a 1 at 150 miles an hour for Abusini, an early shutoff for that CBR over here in the tower side of the racetrack in the TCS lane, and Abu Sini's been well over 190 miles an hour as well, as he was on a wild ride, picking up the front end every time he shifted that machine. And we'll get ready next for Mike rolling into the water box for our final Pro Modified motorcycle in this first session. So Gary Christopher from Hope to the burnout on board of his Kawasaki that is, I believe, the quickest of that bike in the world. Ran a 6:15, I believe, lapse time. Pro Modified motorcycle. So again, getting ready to roll into Real Street and Outlaws Street coming up for the West Coast Outlaws categories, but Gary Christopher getting ready to make a pass on board that Kawasaki. See Gary leaning that thing over, trying to get it back into the center of the racetrack. How about a 680 or 678 rather, with a 0-202 miles an hour for Gary Christopher. So getting A to B pass in under his belt with that 678 with a 0-202 miles an hour for the Carson Excavating sponsored machine. Is it's like got a licensing pass coming up before we roll into Real Street. So Barry Siebert over there in the Plymouth Valiant. Barry, if you ever had those mini donuts, Barry and Shelley are responsible for that. And Barry, we've seen him occasionally come on out, make some passes, trying to get his license upgraded here for NHRA competition, and getting ready to make a pass in that Plymouth, which weirdly has 566 cubic inches of Ford power plant under the hood. Go figure on that one. So Barry getting guided into the beams again, trying to get that license updated here. Friday is Smoke, Fire, and Thunder before we roll into Real Street and Outlaw Street action. Well, wheels up launch from the Valiant is Barry's going to carry it through to the top end. 983 with a 132 miles an hour to the top end of the racetrack for Barry Siebert. Again, trying to get that license good to go. And up next, looks like we're going to head into Real Street. We'll turn things over to Chrissy for some street legal action.
Jerry's OK Tire, Real Street. Here's Tom Turand. He's on the Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs 2017 GSXR. Tom Turand, super regular here at Mission Raceway, especially at my Friday night street legals. Tom running a 10:04 at 1:54 with the red light. West Coast Outlaw Series Real Street. It's Brad Thomas from Squamish in the 2019 Mustang. He calls it Mean Green, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts, going against Real Picarcello from Poco, 1955 Chevy with a 427. nice liftoff for Real, sponsored by Bel Air Stainless. An 8.51 for Brad Thomas. And a 10.17 for Real. Quarter mile racing here in Real Street. It's Rob Monroe Jr. in the Lordco lane. In the Gibson Racing Transmission, Horizon Paint and Body, SD Performance 69 Acadian. I think it's Joel Smith here in the TCS side. A little bit of pull to the right there in the TCS lane. And Rob Monroe, did they get that new new 423 cubic inch Steve Schmidt short block? Rob Monroe at 10.80 at 122 and a 10.97 at 131 in the TCS lane. This is Rob Monroe Sr. in the 31 Model A Ford, sponsored by Gibson Racing Transmissions and SD Performance. They call it White Knuckle Racing, going against Andrew Camello from Edmonton, 1968 Chevelle, called the Stickler. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Doorslammers to lanes 1 through 4, please? Doorslammers to lanes 1 through 4. Great launch for Rob Monroe Sr. an 8.90 at 148 with a 6, and 11.99 at 116 for Andrew. Rob Klein-Beatman from Edmonton in the 72 Chevelle, going against Mike Stewart in the Lordco lane. Mike sponsored by Ken's Specialty, Bucky's Mini Excavating, and Gibson's Transmissions, called the Silver Chicklet. A 10.13 at 132 with a 9 for Mike, and Rob an 11.50 at 118. Sponsored, part of Londonderry Outlaws there in Edmonton. Next up, Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington. That 69 Mach 1 Mustang called the Hustler. He's the 2022 Pacific Raceway Sportsman champ. He's going against Chad McKenzie from Edmonton in the 08 Dodge, running a 345. Calls it the Flash. This is his first Mission race for Chad in the Lordco lane, so welcome to Mission Raceways. First round of qualifying here in Real Street. An 11.97 at 115 for Chad, and Sean Langley an 11.99 at 112 with a 6. All right, that wraps up Real Street. We're going to be moving into Outlaw Street now. Oh, this is Real. Sorry, one more in Real Street. Scott Kolodachuk from Surrey in the Lordco lane in his car called Snoop, going against the Daytona Motorsports Boulder Designs 2017 GSXR, driven by Tom Turand in the Kraken. Tom Turand, a 8.76 at 155 with a 4, and Scott a 10.37 at 130. I think we'll be moving into Outlaw Street now. The West Coast Outlaw Series here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Okay, it looks like we're going to roll right into our track prep, and we've got the Hard Knox Stunt Show coming up. Now, actually, that's where our VIPs, they're getting the VIP treatment, and they get to go into the stunt car. Isn't that cool? I mean, if I didn't have to work, I would have totally bought that ticket. I would have been all over it. So don't forget, there is VIP experiences here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. You could be in drift cars, and again, tomorrow, they'll have a booth out, Variety Club, where you can get a ticket to go for a ride in a drift car. I'm telling you, I'm there. I missed it at Door Wars. I'm not missing it this time, and neither should you. All happening tomorrow, so stay tuned here, track prep, and then we're having the Hard Knox Stunt Show coming right up. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Pro Mods on standby, please? Pro Mods, you are on standby.
Well, I see our drift cars from the Hard Knox Stunt team lined up and ready to go. Just getting a few more things in place before we hand things over to the Hard Knox Stunt team as track prep underway ahead of the Canada West Doorslammers, their first qualifying session, and the Pro Mods, their first test hit of the weekend. Top Fuel Harley's coming up after that. So again, make sure to stick around. There's plenty more action here at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Auto Group Strip, but just a few moments away from getting things turned over to the Hard Knox Stunt team. All right, so we got Charles up here in the tower from the Hard Knox Stunt team. We're going to turn things over to Charles to take us through this little demonstration, a little taste of what's to come for the rest of the weekend.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Hard Knox Stunts giving us the Mission Raceway Drift team. First up, we have our only lady of the night. That's going to be Cassandra Ebner. Cassandra's a professional stunt performer. She'll be driving the silver Nissan, being chased by her partner, Trevor Addy. Cassandra, you may have seen in Game of Thrones, Percy Jackson, and Peter Pan and Wendy. She's also a content creator, so you can check her out on Instagram and also on YouTube, where she has Life X FX. And Trevor's driving the cop car. He's not actually a real cop. He's just into some vehicular cosplay. He's going to be in the black BMW. That's the cop drift car. And they are ready and good to go. In your own time, guys. So eyes on the top end. You're good to go. You're good to go. Okay, light them up. Here comes Cassandra. And you'll notice some passengers in the car with them. They are the VIPs having the ride along. If you haven't been able to get the VIP ticket, you can also do the ride along at turn 2 later on down the bottom end there. Yeah, they'll be coming back in. Gaston, owner of Hard Knox Stunts. Clinton and Alex Steins. Let's have a word with these guys. Just gonna go down. Making my way down the stairs, coming out. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with the VIPs. Okay, give it up. I think for their safety, the VIPs are going to get out on the other side. So, but we'll get a word from them, see how they feel. They might need to go to the washroom before talking to me.
Well, thanks, Charles. And the Hard Knox Stunt team will let you catch your breath and catch up with the rest of the stunt team down there, Charles, as I know they have the VIPs riding shotgun for that, and you'll see the Hard Knox Stunt team coming back throughout the program here at Mission Raceway Park for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, and always putting on a great show. They'll have a variety of different stunts that they'll be showing off, as, of course, the Charles is mentioning, very accomplished stunt drivers, where a lot of them there is their full-time gig, performing in various films and movies throughout the Vancouver area and the Lower Mainland. So again, watch for the Hard Knox Stunt team and their demonstrations throughout the night. We'll make sure to give you a heads up on when they will be performing, as we are just moments away from finishing off track prep and getting ready for Canada West Doorslammers, their first qualifying session, getting ready to take to the quarter mile here for some fast door car action. Of course, you got to have 2 functioning doors, a roof on your car. Pretty much the only rules for Canada West Doorslammers, other than you got to run quicker than an 870 to get into the programs. A little bit of pressure here for these drivers to make sure that they get into that 870 zone and upwards of 6 seconds, 200 plus miles an hour for some of the quicker cars in the category. So again, Canada West Doorslammers getting ready to come on up next to the next class in qualifying just as soon as we get this track prep wrapped up, just a few moments out. Getting things back underway with qualifying here for the Friday of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, again presented by Lordco Auto Parts. Open 7 days a week in over 100 locations across BC and also in Alberta. You can go to lordco.com to find a location near you and check them out on their social media pages at Lordco Auto Parts. So getting a look up there in the big screen as well as a live stream at home at the Hard Knox Stunt show that just went on here. Their sideways demonstration of car control. As we mentioned, they'll be back throughout the weekend here at MRP. Make sure to check out their social media page as well. I know Gaston and the gang, they have been doing great things, raising money for Variety and all that they do here in British Columbia as well. So the ride-along passengers in those cars all helping to raise money for Variety and all that they do. So definitely some stunts for a good cause here this weekend at Mission Raceway Park in the Titanium Auto Group Strip. And they're utilizing more than the Titanium Auto Group Strip. Also got the road course down there at the far end that they were doing some practice runs on. Now with Door Wars, they were giving rides as well, raising money for the same cause.
And, you know, I went down there when the Hard Knocks team was performing, and I saw one of the VIPs in the cars, and he had the biggest smile on his face. So if you can ever get into one of those VIP packages, absolutely recommend it, judging by the big smile on that gentleman's face.
And if my eyes are not deceiving me, I think that the Mission Fire Department is making their way with their boot drive over to the spectators side of things, the Lordco Auto Parts side. So they'll be making their way through the grandstand, raising money for muscular dystrophy. So make sure to get the attention of the firefighters when they come up into the stands. But hear the sound of race cars. We got Canada West Doorslammers moving up to the head of staging, and we are awaiting their first pair in qualifying. Again, the lanes are full through 1, 2, 3, and 4. Some fast door cars here on the West Coast, and getting excited for this first session and a great show on hand here for Canada West Doorslammers. Have been a fixture here at Mission Raceway Park. Hard to believe, for coming up on 20 years. Of course, they've got their main sponsors like Winter Harbor Marina and RV, TCS, Transmission Products and Torque Converters, Total Dairy Solutions also helping out Canada West Doorslammers throughout their 2023 season here heading into this weekend at Mission Raceway Park. And again, you got to run 870 with a 0 or quicker to get into the show. So all of these racers wanting to take the pressure off from the final few qualifying runs over the course of the weekend here. We're getting a solid baseline run in the first session. So we get ready to roll the first pair underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. So here we go with the first car rolling into the water box. Roger Winter out of Alder Grove is 1941 Willys. Getting ready to kick things off in Doorslammer qualifying with his 599 cubic inches Chevy power plant. Injector hat sticking out of the hood as we get ready for Roger to start the burnout. Rolling around into the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, his opponent in his first round of qualifying. That is going to be Adam DeYoung out of Abbotsford, his 1967 Chevy Camaro. Started out as Dad John's race car, and as John has moved through his racing ladder and racing time in drag racing. Of course, graduating up to his 6.6 second top Doorslammer Camaro that he runs as part of the Canada West Doorslammers. And Adam getting Dad's old race car. It's not too shabby either. Goes deep into the 850s. As Roger Winter has seen him made some test passes throughout the weekend in the Willys, and that thing is prone to kind of driving over towards the center line, trying to keep that thing right dead centered in the groove. Had a solid run in and try and get himself qualified for the Canada West Doorslammer field as both racers are pre-staged, getting ready for the first pair of Canada West Doorslammers. Side by side to the stripe, and Adam DeYoung is going to get there second. 8:29 with a 9, 160 miles an hour for Roger Winter. And Adam DeYoung getting to the stripe with an 8:50 with a 159 miles an hour. So kicking things off for Canada West Doorslammers is your second pair finishing off their burnouts. Brody Shirk got a Langley in that 1967 Chevy Nova up against Andy Hatton, a 1969 Camaro that he calls the Grinch for Bubba's Speed Shop, the Titanium Auto Group, and Taves Roofing. For a while, we were bugging Andy that there was no hood on that Camaro. He finally put the Cal induction style scoop on that machine with the Grinch painted on the hood for Andy Hatton. And Brody Shirk getting ready to trip on that top bulb as we'll get it ready for pair number 2. Getting a heads up in qualifying, just trying to get the best ET possible. And at the top end of the racetrack, Andy Hatton an 8:28 with a 4. 161 miles an hour, 8:44 the 5, at 159 for Brody Shirk. And as Chrissy pointed out, the reaction time for Andy, man, he wanted to save that one for eliminations. A 003 light for Andy Hatton. So it's going to be, when it comes to eliminations, it'll be bracket racing. So put on the dial in, but a little bit different from usual bracket racing. Instead of the Sportsman tree, they're running on the Pro tree. The 3 Ambers turning on simultaneously. Little thing that makes Canada West Doorslammers unique is Johnny West over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side. His 57 Chevy up against Terry Langdon Davies. Johnny getting to the top end first in the J&L drive-in machine. 7:48 with a 468 miles an hour as that thing is wandering towards the center line, but Johnny able to coax it back into the groove. And 8:14 with a 6 at 164 miles an hour for Terry Langdon Davies out of Yarrow, and that race car that we are so used to seeing. And usually Terry's the only 41 Willies in the field, but got 2 of them in the Canada West Doorslammers field this weekend as Chrissy got the next pair already completing their burnouts.
Jason Field from Mission in that 1971 Chevy running a 632 pump gas motor, sponsored by Ritchie's Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, and Induction Solutions, going against Ray Rossini from Chilliwack in that Dexy Paws Online Pet Supply 66 Chevy 2. Racing to the quarter mile, it's Elisa's uncle there. Jason Field with an 8.20 at 164. And Ray an 8.25 at 164 as well. Ray Bollinger in the TCS lane, 1969, a Chevy Camaro running a 565 big block Chev, sponsored by Speed Tech USA and Just Mechanical, going against Anthony Katnick in the TK Performance Lordco Mustang, running a 555 cubic inch engine. He is from Maple Ridge. So Ray Bollinger in the TCS lane and Anthony Katnick in the Lordco lane. Bollinger an 8.25, 164 with a 5. Anthony Katnick a 5.96 at 156 with a 6. Canada West Doorslammers here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Thanks for being with us today. Tom Katnick here in the TCS lane, 1969 Camaro, running a 632 cubic inch motor, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Going against El Gringo, it's Jan Christensen in the 1967 Nova. He's from Langley, running a 582. Pretty sweet looking flake on Tom Katnick's red 68 Camaro. Top bulbs are lit. Ready to go. A 754 at 182 with a 2 for Tom Katnick. Jan Christensen an 8.64 at 156.
Well, here we go with the next pair, the GTO here in the TCS side of the racetrack. Blown on alcohol up against Dale Phillips out of Chetwood. Over there on the far side of the racetrack. So, getting ready for this next pair, Dale Phillips. They're in top sportsman competition in the NHRA Lucas Oil Series. It's Mike Superi out of Abbotsford in that 1969 GTO, the Stone Speed Shop machine. Solid launches in both sides of the racetrack. 765 with a 277 miles an hour for Dale Phillips. Mike Superi in the GTO getting to the top end with an 823 with a 168 miles an hour. As next up, it's going to be Cam Shantz and the TCS side of the racetrack. Cam with that 598 cubic inches of supercharged Chevy power plant. 1471 blower running on alcohol, or if you're in Europe, methanol. Over against Kerry Young. He's in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Kerry, that small block Chevy powered S10. A little bit of nitrous assistance. Already turning on that top bulb. And Cam Shantz, who we've seen run a few different race cars here at Mission Raceway Park in that 37 Chevy. Well, how about a 009 light getting amped up for eliminations? Cam Shantz, 735 with a 4 at 186 miles an hour for Cam. Going to the top there for the racer out of Prince Rupert. And Kerry Young, an 848 with an 857 miles an hour, is already backing up from their respective burnouts. It's Henry Zacharias in his 1953 Vet. The racer out of Surrey in a car that is also a former John DeYoung car. It was briefly John DeYoung's machine. Henry started out running in Canada West Doorslammers with the 55 Chevy up against a former Canada West Doorslammers champion, Scott Robinson, out of Chilliwack, his 1994 Chevy Beretta for the folks at AFD Petroleum, Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, and Hacky Cut Lasers. See Robinson's car kind of move towards the right side of the lane. He's going to steer it back in and runs down to a 770 with a 5, 176 miles an hour, and a 771 with a 3, 178.50 miles an hour for Henry Zacharias over in the TCS side of the racetrack for that Corvette, is backing up for the burnout in his 1992 Pontiac Firebird for Speed Mart Performance and Illusion Motorsports out of Arlington. Mike Kenworthy That purple Firebird for the racer that regularly comes across the border to run with the Canada West Doorslammers. And Mark Thompson, that beautiful 1954 Studebaker from Marvel Racing. And a shout out to Vernon Recreational Products, helping him get here to the races this weekend for the racer out of Coldstream, another regular competitor with the Canada West Doorslammers. Said it's always a tough field come eliminations to work their way through. So Thompson, the swoopy Studebaker, going to get to the stripe first with a 760 with a 280 miles an hour, and 852 with a 959 miles an hour for Mike Kenworthy. The TCS side of the racetrack.
Great burnout there in the Lordco lane. It's Lane Woolley in the 1970 Duster running a 678 Hemi. Sponsored by Bucky's Mini Excavating. Special thanks to Tolkien's Fiberglass and Marcus Family Duster. Going against Dave Warren from Mission, that 1962 beautiful Bel Air called Blue Max. Great field of cars here in the Doorslammers class, and a great bunch of dudes. So if you get a chance to be in the pit and talk to some of these guys, they want to talk to you. So don't be afraid. Head out in the pits afterwards and talk to these drivers. You'll learn a lot about these monster Doorslammers. So again, we've got Dave Warren here in the TCS lane and Lane Woolley in the Lordco lane. Canada West Doorslammers here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Lane Woolley getting to the stripe first, a 7.68 at 178 with a 1, and Dave Warren a 7.92 at 171 with a 5. Gordy Albagouche from Kelowna, 2002 Corvette, running a 512 cubic inch Chevy. Going against Dale Jansen from Armstrong in the 66 Canso, running a 406 small block Chev. .85 for Dale Jansen. Gordy with a 7.95 at 178 with a 4. Freeboard in the Lordco lane, the 1967 Shelby with a 632 big block Chev, sponsored by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. Going against Darren Buick in the 1967 Chevy 2, sponsored by Evans Excavating. He's running a 540 Chev. Doorslammers running to the quarter mile here on the titanium strip. Oh, Freeborn just charging down the track, a 7.40 at 188 with a 9. And Darren Buick at 8.64 at 155. Fast cars here in the Doorslammers. I was just remarking that some of these Doorslammers are almost as fast as those Pro Mod bikes, folks. That is fast. Got Zach Joyce here in his 1948 Austin, running a 512 Dodge with a blower, going against Howie Winklehorst from Abbotsford, 1955 Chevy. He's got a 620 Chevy under the hood. Great looking couple cars here, pulling up to the line. First round of qualifying here for the Doorslammers, just qualifying. Zach Joyce a 7.82 at 173. Howie Winklehorse an 8.2 at 161 with a 4.
So next pair, Derek Shirt, the TCS side of the racetrack, up against Brad Powell over the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Derek, that 55 Bel Air that got some war wounds on it earlier this year. Instead of repainting that car, Derek electing to leave it as is with the body repairs, kind of giving it that rat rod look to that 55 Chevy for the folks at the Titanium Auto Group. And Brad Powell from Linden, Washington, just over the border, his 1967 Chevelle, the Outlaw Garage Customs sponsored machine. You got to look at Brad's tow vehicle. They've got quite the setup. You saw it come over the bridge. And you take a look at the pits as Shirk and Powell, your next pair for Canada West Doorslammers. So getting to the top end first, going to be Derek Shirk with a 782 at the 3, 173.28 miles an hour. Brad Powell an 840 with a 359.18 miles an hour is a pair of Vancouver Islanders completing their burnouts, getting ready to back up in their respective lanes. Terry Shaflita making his first start of 2023 with the Canada West Doorslammers. His 1997 Pontiac Firebird over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, gunning for a 6-second pass. Saw Terry make a early shutoff checkout run earlier in the test and tune session. And Paul Stretch from Duncan, the TCS side of the racetrack, his 2002 Chevy Cavalier, your defending Canada West Doorslammers champion, got the job done in 2022. 638 cubic inches of big block Chevy power plant, Mid-Island Engines, and Shaflita also getting some assistance from Mid-Island Engines, also helped him build his own motors over there on the far side of the racetrack, the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And again, trying to get into that 6-second zone with that high winding Pontiac Firebird. Both cars pre-staged, getting ready for your next pair of Canada West Doorslammers as we continue on with round 1 of qualifying. Well, you can see Shaflita's car wheels up. He had to actually get out of it. Runs a 733 with a 194 miles an hour with that quick pedal as that thing was bouncing all over the rev range. 728 with a 689 miles an hour for Paul Stretch over in the TCS side of the racetrack. So both cars cleared the top end. Is completing the burnouts now. Grant Howell over here in the TCS lane in his 1937 Chevy. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Top Fuel Harley. Top Fuel Harley. Need you guys to the lanes. Once again, Top Fuel Harley. We need you guys to the lanes.
Grant Howell in TCS lane from Victoria, 1937 Chevy with a 632 Sunset engine, going against Kathy Freeborn from Courtney, the 70 Camaro with a 589 big block Chev Sponsored by Comox, Valley Bobcat, and Excavating. Bulbs are lit. Grant getting the red, but a 7.79 at 173, and Kathy Freeborn at an 8.55 at 159. Brody Soares in the 2003 Cavalier, running a 632 big block Chev. He's from Terrace. Wow, thanks for coming out from Terrace. That's a long way away. Going against Brian Ritchie in the 1968 Chevelle from Coquitlam, sponsored by Ritchie's Racing Engines and Green Light Auto Sales. Canada West Doorslammers here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Lots more racing action to come. First round of qualifying here for these guys. Big problems at the line for Brody. Not to mention the red, but lost the power there at the start. Brian Ritchie, a 7.95. 170 with a 5 and a 14.29 at 83 for Brody. Definitely having some issues in that other lane. All right, another member of the Soares family here. It's Paul, also from Terrace, the 1995 Pontiac, packing a 584 cubic inch engine. Going against Corey Stewart from Campbell River. Beautiful 1955 Chev with a 622. Side-by-side racing action here. Boy, oh boy, close all the way. 8.08, 169 with a 7 for Paul Soares. And Corey Stewart at 8.05 at 168.
So, side-by-side burnouts and side-by-side Camaros in this next pair for Canada West Doorslammers. It is John DeYoung over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. We've been mentioning John's used car history throughout this one. Now we finally see the man himself. Yartex Racing Total Dairy Solutions machine backing up his 68 Camaro up against Rod Leclerc out of Victoria in his 1967 Camaro for Paradise Homes. Rod, one of the series sponsors as well with Paradise Homes that he co-owns. Gordon Interiors also on that 67 Chevy Camaro. You can see that crew member at the back adjusting the wheelie bar height. So that 3 times fast. John DeYoung usually goes to the #1 spot in that 68 Camaro over there on the far side of the racetrack. As you can see, Leclerc purging the Nitro system.
Attention in the pits, Junior Street Juniors you are on standby for your exhibition pass. Juniors, you're on standby for your exhibition pass.
So here we go. John Young and Rod LeClaire. DeYoung, your Door Wars winner for Canada West Doorslammers, and going to the top. 672 with a Ford, 206 miles an hour. And Rod LeClaire right beside him goes into the 670s as well, going into the number 2 qualifying spot. 676 with a 204.73 miles an hour for Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. It looks like that is going to do it for Doorslammer qualifying. Round number 1 with DeYoung and LeClaire at the top of the heap, saving the best for the last pair for the Canada West Doorslammer field. I believe only one car going slower than that 870. They have to run quicker then, so we will see if they can get into the field. That being Brody Soares in the Chevy Cavalier Terrace, and we will get ready for some Pro Modifieds. So again, don't go anywhere. Quick check over the racetrack, and we're going to head into West Coast Pro Modifieds, their first run of the evening. And Keith Peterson up here with the West Coast Pro Modifieds. You guys are coming off a pretty big weekend. I know you just had your first ever Just Send It event at Rad Torque Raceway just outside of Edmonton a few weekends ago.
Absolutely. We had a lot of fun up at Rad Torque Raceway in Edmonton. Great show up there. Almost a full week of racing. We started on Wednesday for Rad Torque's Hot August Nights with a Chicago shootout. Got rained out. We had to move it to Thursday, and then we went Friday and Saturday and Sunday at the track up there. It was a great weekend. Had the West Coast Outlaws up there with us, and the West Coast Pro Mods. It was a great weekend. We've had our last 2 events up there. And happy to be back here at Mission Raceway, racing at the Titanium Strip with these guys.
Now, I know the competitors here this weekend are getting some show-up points for coming out, and it's kind of a good test and tune weekend to try and dial in their setups here with some not too bad track conditions either going into the first hit of the weekend.
Oh, absolutely. We always love coming out here to Smoke, Fire, Thunder. The track is just set on kill all the time. The Mission Raceway staff here at Titanium Strip always just giving us the best surface in Canada to race on. There's no doubt about it. With the sea level air, everything. Lots of guys talking about personal bests already in testing. So we're really looking forward to what this is gonna just bring here tonight. And the first 2 coming around the corner, definitely looking for those personal bests.
I know as well, finishing off the season here at Mission Raceway Park with the West Coast Outlaw Shootout coming up September 29th to October the 1st. That is turned into quite a big weekend here on the West Coast with only, I believe, 2 previous runnings, the 3rd running coming up this year.
Yeah, that event started kind of in the middle of what everything, all the previous years. We're not even going to go there. But, it's been a great event, and looking forward to, ending out the season as far as our major points races, but we're awarding points at Streetcar Super Nationals this year that has moved to an 8th mile format as well. So we're really looking forward to that. Looking to crown a champion right now. Jordan Lazick not even running here this weekend with the bunker with a commanding lead, almost insurmountable. Basically, all he's got to do is show up at the West Coast Outlaw shootout in at the end of September, and he's basically our season championship. So it's almost a fight for second right now.
Well, of course, the 2 wins in a final round appearance are going to do that for you, as I know he had quite the weekend at Door Wars, getting the win from the delayed full-blown frenzy at Pacific Raceways, and then going to the final round against Justin Bond in the Bahrain 1 camp in the Door Wars final, getting the job done at the Just Ended shootout a few weekends ago. And Jordy switching back over to the small tire combo for this weekend, and getting ready, though, with the first few pro mods in the staging lanes. Already one underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, waiting the signal to get that thing fired up. And Heath, let's touch on this driver from just across the border in Washington State, Ryan Griffin and his turbocharged Mustang.
Oh, yeah. Ryan's just started running with our series here this year. You go take a look at that beautiful Mustang and turbo car with zoomies on it. And anyone knows much about turbos, you usually get the bull horns, but there's 4 pipes coming out, and it just doesn't make sense when you got a turbo car. And actually, one of the pipes coming out isn't even part of the exhaust system. It's actually part of the wastegate.
And that is something, again, noticeably different is that engine note with the turbo cars. Usually you can almost have a conversation over them at idle until they spool up and bump into the beams. But Ryan's car, again, unique in that zoomy header setup. And also at your tent, I know you got some giveaways and some stuff as well, courtesy of Daycow Ventures. Dave Kowalski, unfortunately, isn't here this weekend, but is, of course, a big part of what you guys do with West Coast Pro Modifieds.
Oh, yeah, Dayco Ventures. We've got the WPI Pro Nitrous cars. We've got the 24/7 compression Pro Boost cars. We've got the Chop My Rate discounts down there. You scan the QR code, you fill out the survey. It's a free T-shirt this weekend, only at Smokefire Thunder. All year long, the Chop My Rate discount has been a $10 discount off the T-shirts. This weekend only, you go down there, you scan the QR code, you fill out the survey. It's a free West Coast Pro Mod T-shirt. So once this round of qualifying is done, head on over to the tent and grab yourself a T-shirt. There's stickers down there, courtesy of Badass Garage. Some candy for the kids, earplugs in case, if you have any hearing left after the first round. Those jet cars and that top fuel car coming up later on tonight. Can't wait for that.
I know you're a busy man yourself. You've got West Coast Pro Modified action. You got your son in Junior Street, and I think you are also strapping on the driver's suit as well.
Yeah, my daughter's in Junior Thunder as well. And then, I'm going to be pulling double duty in the bracket car this weekend. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And here we go. First 2 cars rolling into the burnout box.
It's going to be Nick Duda, former Door Wars winner over here in the TCS side of the racetrack. And we mentioned Ryan Griffin, the battle of the turbocharged combinations. Duda was a regular in Outlaw 10-5 competition, put the big Hoosiers on the back of the vet once again.
And one really cool thing to note with Nick Duda, yes, usually on the 10-5 tire, but this is a small block. Nobody does that in Pro Mod anymore, but this is a small combination. Cast head, typical, it's a small block in your half-ton Chevy.
And this thing runs deep into the 14s and just tickling with that 3-second barrier. And again, was kind of the giant killer at the 2021 edition of Door Wars. Mowed his way through eliminations and got the job done. Ryan Griffin over there. This car, I believe, actually started out, it was going to be an Outlaw 10-5 car. And then same thing, they switched over to the big tire combo for Ryan.
Well, yeah, a lot of the Outlaw 10-5 cars are really just Pro Mod cars with a 10-5 tire on it. And that 10-5 class, it was a great class while it was going, and it seems to kind of be fading out a little bit. Pro Mod is just becoming a lot bigger of a show lately, and a lot of guys are throwing the big boots back on it, including the ones with small blocks like Nick Duda. That car actually was a Pro Mod car, one of the first ones in the 5s, I believe, back in the day, when it had a blown Hemi sticking out of the hood, though.
And, of course, those split-window vets in the late 90s, mid-2000s were the kind of body style of choice in pro-modified competitions. Ryan Griffin, the team just finishing adjusting the wheelie bars at the back of the Mustang as both these cars getting ready to bump it into the beams. You'll hear them build up the boost and get ready as our first pair of West Coast Pro Modifieds getting ready to head down the Titanium Auto Group strip. Duda straight up into some wicked tire shake. Griffin pedaling his way to a 430 with a 560 miles an hour as Griffin was also kind of on and off the throttle over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack as well.
Oh, absolutely. You know, with that small block, it's hard to get up on that big tire, right? Duda struggling a little bit, getting out to that 60-foot mark, but just couldn't keep the tire speed up. And looked like Griffin was up on the bar hard, and when that thing started building boost, he decided, we'll just calm this thing down a bit, maybe come back for the next one later on tonight.
Well, we saw side-by-side turbo combos, side-by-side supercharged combos firing up and pretty much drowning out the PA system here at Mission Raceway Park. Garrett Richards over here in the TCS side of the racetrack, his Shelby Mustang with the screw-blown combo up against the more traditional route-style supercharged setup of Chris Murphy over in the far side of the racetrack out of Chilliwack in that Flame 55 Chevy.
And RCD engineering on the butterfly valves of that Shelby 1000 of Garrett Richards, another big supporter of the West Coast Pro Mods. And Chris Murphy, more on the nostalgia side of the Pro Mod racing. It's a roots-blown clutch car. And you almost never see clutches in the Pro Mods anymore. Chris Murphy out here, getting back into it here the last couple of years, and but still running the roots-blown clutch combination that you used to see back in the 90s.
And for Garrett Richards over here in the TCS lane, the Boss Hemi setup that we pointed out over the Door Wars weekend, a little bit different from the Chrysler Hemi setup for Walt Austin Racing, helping to develop that, and that massive injector hat in the top of the supercharger there for Garrett Richards as his crew member gets him guided into the beams, a multi-time Door Wars winner for the racer out of Tacoma, Washington. And Chris Murphy, this car used to be piloted by Dwayne Grossart and already tripping on that bonnet bulb. Well, how about Garrett Richards in the TCS side of the racetrack? 384 with an 198.59 miles an hour to the 8th mile. And Chris Murphy, it was shake, rattle, shut off for the 55 Chevy over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane.
Yeah, Garrett Richards has really found his way out there. Him and the whole TPR crew working their tails off the last couple of years. Getting that combination sorted out. The Walt Austin Racing, like you say, Boss Hemi. They've really been struggling the last couple of years, but this year it just seems like a bracket car. You could just about take that thing down to PDRA and run top Sportsman with it. That car has been 385 to 390 all year long.
And they have traditionally run in the quarter mile. Of course, Garrett used to run here at Mission Raceway Park in a series of different Chevy trucks in Pro Street competition. And the last few years as well, running that Mustang at a quarter mile, trying to get things, obviously, you can get a little bit more aggressive with the tune-up when it comes to running these cars in the 8th mile with the shorter distance and trying to get that dialed in for Garrett Richards. Looks like it has been solid for him so far, and I know we were talking about him making the move across the border, and he also made the trip to Rad Torque Raceway for both Hot August Nights and the just ended shootout.
And the Rocky Mountain Nationals. He's been putting a lot of miles on that car this year, or on that hauler, and really appreciate the support from that RCD TPR crew.
Jay Severston with the 330-foot burnout in the 57 Chevy.
So Jay Severson more than likely has a fresh blower belt on that screw-blown Hemi. JS Power Sports car. Not sure that's even going to make it to the stage beams, that screw-blown Hemi. He loves doing these great big smoky burnouts for the fans. What do you think as he backs up, everybody?
Getting completely drowned out on the TCS side of the racetrack, Eric Horvath out of Kelowna, another one of the twin turbocharged setups for that 1968 Pontiac Firebird. And Eric in testing, made a solid run for this team. 4.0 second pass for Horvath as they took some time off from running the Pro Mod last year and kind of struggled with the car in 2021. But it looks like they have started to find the setup on this race car. And of course, it's not only down to how much power you can make, but how you can apply the power to the ground.
Absolutely. And now with that new Hemi under the hood of that thing, it's a totally different combination that they're going with, and getting some tuning help from the old Top Alcohol funny car drivers down there. But Jay Severson back in Edmonton last weekend or a couple weeks ago got that car figured out back into the Forge before he actually disassembled unscheduled on the engine.
You can see Horvath's car with a little bit of a soft launch. Nothing soft about Severson's run over the Lordco Auto Parts lane. A 4.00 with a 2 at 190 miles an hour for the Black Betty 57 Bel Air for the racer out of Mission. And Eric Horvath, again, having to shut off early with that 592 with an 8. You can see that the turbo kind of came in there, and that thing got real up on the tire and then had to shut that thing off on the TCS side of the racetrack.
You know, and that does really seem to be the thing that a lot of the big power turbo cars are struggling with out here, is getting that first 300 feet. You know, when it was a quarter mile, they could just run the boost in the second eighth mile and be okay and still compete. But when we went to the eighth mile format, the turbo guys really had to start leaning on it, and it's been a struggle for the tuning.
And that's what really in the quarter mile trim, the turbo cars were known for, with that big top end charge and the big speed. Of course, with Brad Personette kind of really being the first guy to kind of hit on that and be a winner in NHRA competition. Is next pair, big cubic inch nitrous pair. It's going to be Ryan Hayward up against Steve Nicholson.
Earlier, we talked about the 10.5 combinations. Ryan Hayward, a record holder with that car, with the 10.5, when he had the 10.5 tire on it, went 378 at Streetcar Super Nationals a couple years ago. Put the big tires on it, now out here running with West Coast Pro Mods. And over here in the TCS lane, we've got Steve Nicholson still with the 10.5 tire on, who's also a past Streetcar Super Nationals champion as well.
So, junior exhibition passes. We need you guys to the staging lanes. Junior exhibition passes. We need you guys to the lanes, lined up and ready to go. Purchasing the nitro system for Ryan Hayward, who had a strong Door Wars weekend, and Steve Nicholson, you saw up in the big screen when Steve was backing up for the burnout, the difference in rear tire size, those relatively skinny 10.5 tire in the back of Nicholson's car with the Mickey Thompsons, and Ryan Hayward. Again, going through the final purge of the nitro system, big cubic inch combos, a pair, 959 cubic inches of rear Morrison power for Ryan Hayward, and Steve Nicholson with the Sonny's Racing Engines power, protruding from the hood of the split window vet. Steve, also a strong runner in 10.5 competition. Multi-time winner of Streetcar Super Nationals. Of course, the big race down at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the strip at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway that Keith, you guys are going to be, quite a few of these guys are going to be going down to come October. Well, Nicholson's car shuts it off, still runs 430. 378 with a 6 at 198 miles an hour for Ryan Hayward over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane for the racer out of Marysville, Washington. And man, oh man, that was a strong wheels up charge over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side.
So top ET by almost a tenth for Ryan Hayward, 378. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. I'm sure also a few of the other racers around here is taking a good look at that and saying, we got to step our game up here tonight here at Smoke, Fire, Thunder. Thanks for having me up here. I got to head out, like you say, pulling quadruple duty. But we got some Nitro coming up now for the rest of everybody to enjoy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Keith. And we look forward to seeing Junior Chap up here in a little bit, as well as your daughter in Junior Lightning competition. As quick check of the racetrack, and you can see her Top Fuel Harleys on the water box there. They were getting ready to fire up and seeing something in the Lordco Auto Parts lane that the track crew says deserves their attention. So we'll get ready for the first pair. Coming up momentarily down there, you can see them lined up underneath the Lordco Auto Parts bridge. And with these Nitro-powered machines, man, oh man, are they wild. They are, in most cases, injected on nitromethane. You can see that the starter motor's over on the side of the motorcycle, and the riders actually are off of the bike for when they turn these machines over in case of the bike hydraulicking. They also have a ballistic vest underneath the leathers to help protect the rider. These volatile machines where the front wheel will spend most of the time in the air. The Western Canadian Nitro bikes, no rad torque systems. Chop My Rate also helping out big time to step up and support the Top Fuel Harley category here in 2023 in the West Coast. And apart from Mission Raceway Park, these riders making an appearance as well at the Rocky Mountain Nationals, Rad Torque Raceway that Keith from West Coast Pro Modifies was mentioning. They were at, of course, one of the biggest drag races in Western Canada, the Rocky Mountain Nationals, and Rad Torque Raceway putting on some great events throughout the year. But of course, Mission Raceway Park, probably one of our biggest races of the year. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder happening right here, right now, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. Again, they are open 7 days a week in over 100 locations across BC. You can go to Lordco.com to find a location near you, or head to their social media feeds at Lordco Auto Parts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So you can see just a little bit of cleanup work to do as the safety team down there at the top end also looking over the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Of course, after the Top Fuel Harleys, the Pro Mod bikes, then the junior dragsters and junior street competitors making some exhibition passes, trying to go up for that $100 for the best package. I know it's always a highlight for the junior competitors run here at the big events here at Mission Raceway Park. So again, just a little bit of cleanup over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. We're going to get ready to go with some Top Fuel Harleys coming up in just a few moments.
Don't forget to donate to the Mission Fire Department, raising some money for MS. I see them out there, so please be generous. It's for charity, folks, and they're firefighters. So ladies, get down there and put some money in that boot. Big thanks to everything that Mission Fire Department does for our community. So great to see everybody out here today, and shout out to everyone on the live stream. Lots more racing left to come. What did you think about those pro mods, folks? Man, I had to go down there, had a little break while Chap was up here talking about his boys, and wow. It's life-changing. Every time I go and watch those things, it's like I'm re-energized for drag racing. You know, I am a street legals announcer, and this is the real deal, folks. So pretty cool. Top Fuel Harley is next, and man, oh man, I was walking through the staging lanes, and big smiles on those drivers' faces, and they definitely have the big kahunas. Top Fuel Harley coming right up here. Smoke, Fire, Thunder on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway.
And of course, we mentioned the junior dragster exhibition paths right after that on the schedule, if they don't change this. I don't think they're going to change this one, though. Darkside, Top Fuel Dragster, then the Jet Car, followed by the Hard Knox Stunt Show and more Outlaw 275 qualifying action. Is again, looks like, for the most part, cleanup kind of wrapping up over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Still some vehicles down there and crew at the top end of the racetrack in the shutdown area. You can see the lights of the safety vehicle down there. So it's a tiny bit more work to do before we light off the first pair of Top Fuel Harleys.
Oh, I just got told by my boss, you know, when your boss tells you those firefighters are actually collecting money for muscular dystrophy. So absolutely get on over there, fill that boot up for the Mission Fire Department before they take off. We love you. That's right. Big hearts from our tower staff here, Anna, blowing kisses to all the girls blowing kisses now. Thanks for coming out to Mission Fire Department. Wow. Yes, firefighters. Great bunch of dudes. So, Top Fuel Harley, Pro Mod Bikes, and of course the Junior Glow Exhibition Pass, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tires. Now, they're going to be decorating their rides with glowing everything that they can glow. I see some in the staging lanes right now, so it's a big deal for these guys. The Glow Junior Exhibition Pass, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. And they've got a bunch of prizes here, $100 to the best package, thanks to Rocket Coatings, and $50 to the best reaction time. So thanks to the Rodrigue family for that. Of course, tomorrow we'll have the JBS Junior Shootout on Saturday. And of course, they're going for the Wally on Sunday. The NHRA ET Series happening on Sunday. Good old bracket racing and a Wally race. So the Wally's the big trophy. I don't know if, it could be your first time. I just recently learned, but the Wally is the big deal. You know, that's what John Force, Brittany Force, all the big boys have their shelves lined with Wallies. So it's a big deal here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip to get yourself a Wally, named after Wally Parks, the founder of the NHRA. See you later, Mission Fire Department. Great bunch of guys raising money for a good cause, muscular dystrophy. Hopefully they will be back. Big hello to our spectators there. Getting a nice shot from the Valley Tech Productions group, as well as on Lordco TV. Thank you so much. Hope everybody on the live stream comes on down and sees Smoke, Fire, and Thunder in person. In fact, there's lots of racing yet to come, folks. Get on your phones and text your friends. Tell them to come on down to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway.
Hey, I think some of the spectators up there are sampling some of the offerings at the Jack's Beer Garden. Make sure to check that out as it is still open for business down there if you're 19 years of age or older. And, of course, Jack's just across the way. In Mission, you can discover the world of exceptional beverages at Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits. Jack's offers a vast selection of beers, wines, and spirits to satisfy every palate. Whether planning a special occasion, looking for a unique gift, or celebrating your raceway win, their knowledgeable staff is dedicated to helping you find the perfect product. We just saw a few moments ago, round number 1 at qualifying for Canada West Doorslammers. They'd like to thank their 2023 association sponsors, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, as well as Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, and some of the fine folks over there in Vancouver Island at Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travelland RV, helping out with the Canada West Doorslammers for 2023.
I just love our fans waving away at everybody on the live stream. We see you, and thanks so much for being here today with us. Friday night of smoke, fire, and thunder here on the Titanium Strip. Lots of racing action to come. The Juniors Glow Exhibition Pass right after our Top Fuel Harleys.
And we already mentioned Comox Valley Bobcat. Of course, they are also helping out the Western Canadian Top Fuel Nitro Bike Race Series for 2023, as well as Big Kids Racing, Chop My Rate, main sponsor Rad Torque, helping out with that series. Rad Torque Raceway and Mission Raceway Park right here at the Titanium Strip. And great to see the Top Fuel Harleys once again back here at Mission Raceway. These wild bikes going deep into the 6-second zone, over 200 miles an hour. We would say on 2 wheels, but in often cases it's only that big rear, mostly Mickey Thompson slick on these motorcycles. So as you can see that the cleanup and the actual racing surface in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack complete. They're just finishing up the cleanup down there at the top end of the racetrack in the shutdown area, making sure that that is all good to go, giving the racers a safe bit of runoff, especially these riders and these motorcycles, needing everything to be in prime condition to make it down the Titanium Auto Group strip here, going for the full quarter-mile pull for your Top Fuel Harleys. So you can see up there in the live stream that the speedy dry that has been laid down there at the first turnoff, or I should say the second to last turnoff there. You're almost down to the sand trap there at the top end at Mission Raceway Park, and that is what just needs to be cleaned up. So you can see the tractor going down to the top end. Just do a quick sweep of that. We should be going momentarily. Is another look at your hardworking Mission Raceway Park safety team down there at the top end. Big thanks to them. Of course, we could not have any of the racing action without of our safety officials down there, making sure that everything is A-OK at the top end. Of course, the only reason we can get those shots is courtesy of Valley Tech Productions, helping out again with their multi-cam live stream, Lordco Auto Parts live stream on the Mission Raceway Park YouTube channel. Also right here on the big screen at Mission Raceway Park, giving us those great looks at all the competitors here throughout the weekend. And of course, they've got their usual static camera setup they have for the regular events at Mission Raceway Park. Do a great job with that, as well as covering various events around the community here in the Lower Mainland. Also, again, over the spectator side of things, I think I still see them. The Fishing Panda and Helms Mobile Kitchen set up over there. I believe Helms might be closing up shop soon, till 8 o'clock, but Fishing Panda going to be open late, so make sure to head on over there if you're on the spectator side of things. Want a bite to eat? If you also want to venture across the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, check out some of the cars in the pit area there. Make sure that you make your way over on to the pit side of things. As every ticket is a pit pass, kind of a unique thing with drag racing. So again, make sure to come on over and check out the cars and the drivers competing throughout this weekend's racing action. As you can see, the track just made its way down to get some of that speedy dry swept off and absorbed before we get back underway with racing action here. Top Fuel Harleys again in the lanes.
Yeah, I definitely highly encourage everybody to go and talk to some of these drivers. Now, I make a point of it before I start work to just wander on through the pits with a binder and talk to these guys and learn all about, superchargers and pro chargers, just all the cool things. They've got quite amazing engines in there, and they are ready to talk to you, and they're very friendly, folks.
Of course, you got your feature cars that we have here this weekend as well, the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. Both of those vehicles coming up tonight for their one pass they're going to make this evening to kick off their weekend. Of course, two passes on the schedule tomorrow here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder.
That's what I'm waiting for, Cole. I am ready to see that Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the jet car go down this track. It will be amazing. So thanks to all those guys for coming out. And also, I must have spent 20 minutes talking to those Darkside guys. Head on down there a little later and talk to them. They are so friendly. So glad to have them up here today and this weekend.
Of course, the nighttime is the right time for watching anything Nitro fuel. You're going to see the header flames coming out of these motorcycles in a little bit here now that the sun is pretty much set. We're at the twilight hours. We are going to get ready to go here in just a few minutes. Hearing on the radio that clean up after a few more passes down there. Should be wrapping its way up, so make sure to head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack Pro Shop. Get your Smoke, Fire, and Thunder merchandise, and also get yourself a $5 t-shirt on some of our other Mission Raceway Park selections down there. They still got their Door Wars hoodies from earlier this year that you can get a chance to get if you didn't get the opportunity at the Door Wars event itself. They are on sale, so even more reason to head on down to the Pro Shop as well as the Half Track Snack Shack. So, again, still some cleanup work to do. A few more passes of the tractor down there in the shutdown area, and we'll get back to racing action.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility, something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
Folks at home with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the wind light. Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expect pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks.
Well, there is a very good sound. The first pair of Top Fuel Harleys getting fired up and ready to go underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. In your first pairing, Jim Schellenberg, the TMS-sponsored machine over here in the TCS side of the racetrack for the rider out of Surrey, up against Nate Gagnon, the Rad Torque Systems machine on board his bike from Qualico over on the island. Nate with a cool stat that nobody else can really brag about here in the Top Fuel Harley field, the 2012 FIM European World Champion in Top Fuel Motorcycle. The Big Kids Racing Harley up against Jim Schellenberg, who's been at it in the world of Top Fuel Harley racing for well over 20 years on the TCS side of the racetrack. Bringing these bikes into the beams, getting ready. See if we can get a 6 on the scoreboard and maybe a 200-mile-an-hour pass under the books for these Nitro Harley riders. Both bikes hooked up and hauling the full length of the quarter mile, 6:56 with a 2 at 215 miles an hour for Nate Gagnon, and a 6:61 with an 8, 211 miles an hour for Jim Schellenberg. You saw the front tires off of the ground pretty much the entire run at both sides of the racetrack, and the header flames coming out of the right side of both of those machines, and a little taste at Top Fuel Harley as we get ready for the second pair, already just shy of the water box down there. And how about making some noise for these crews as they go down to pick up their riders for the Top Fuel Harley camps for Jim Schellenberg and Nate Gagnon and the Big Kids Racing team. And getting ready for our next pair, it is going to be Ron Howneat, the TCS side of the racetrack for the rider out of Mission, the Braden Sport Fishing, Fast Lane Racing, and Fast Lane Customs motorcycle. Up against Pete Waugh from Nanaimo, the Rad Torque Systems Comox Valley Bobcat Chop My Rate sponsored machine. The second half of the Big Kids Racing team. Pete, fairly new in Top Fuel Harley competition compared to the rest of the riders that he is competing against this weekend. Ron Howneat was pretty much the John Forrest of the CMDRA at one point. Has won everything there is to win in West Coast Top Fuel Harley competition, coming back from a little bit of a layoff for the rider in the TCS lane. So Howneat getting ready to bring that bike into the lane. You can see that motorcycles are also equipped with a parachute, as well as the parachute release pin getting pulled off by the crew member for Ron. He'll get ready to bring that motorcycle in, and these riders, when the front tire is off the ground, having to use their body weight as a counterweight to try and get these things into the center of the lane. As Pete Waugh is pre-staged for the rider out of Nanaimo, and Mission's own Ron Howneat getting ready to turn on that top bowl. Ron out of it early as that thing was over to the wall, and a 6:89 with a 202.70 miles an hour for Pete Waugh over on the far side of the racetrack for the rider, again from Vancouver Island out of Nanaimo for Rad Torque Systems, Comox Valley Bobcat, and Chop My Rate getting a solid run under his belt in their first runs of the weekend. And we got one last Top Fuel Harley lined up and ready to go underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. It is Damian Cowden out of Shawnigan Lake. The Parker Johnson Roofing Danger Boy Steve Drain sponsored machine. The three-time CMDRA Top Fuel Harley champion. As you can see, some of the crew members not wiping away tears because they're emotional about the run. That is just the effect that nitromethane has. You ever need your sinuses cleared up? Just stand by one of these things when they're doing a warm-up or even trying to make a pass. It's Damian Cowden getting ready. You can hear the distinctly, almost a little bit of an incident there as that bike came off of the starting jack. So you can see a little bit of a situation there as these bikes are started up on that starting jack. And usually the rider gives it a little bit of throttle just to warm the bike up a little bit, make sure it catches. And Damian doing a good job there to make sure that that bike got woed up there, as it was a tense moment. That thing still somehow stayed on two wheels. They're going to get lined up. Damian's going to take a quick breath and regroup after a wild moment. I was saying before that, distinctly different engine note for this motorcycle. That's because it is a supercharged combination as opposed to the injected nitro machine. Damian, of course, was very successful before he too took a little bit of a break from riding these motorcycles. Again, we mentioned a three-time CMDRA champion, also a former champion, the Western Harley Racing Association. Damian Cowden still trying to perfect the tune-up on this bike. Not a whole lot of these type of combinations around here in the world, let alone the Pacific Northwest. See Damien carrying that thing to the 330-foot mark, shuts it off just shy of the 8th mile and still coasts his way to an 8:49 with an 8 at 97 miles an hour. So Damien and the team still trying to perfect the tune-up on that bike, but getting in the right direction with some strong early numbers of 1:12.60 foot. 330-foot mark, that thing was still hauling the mail. 287 with an 8 to the 60-foot mark. As you get a look up there on the big screen of Damien in the shutdown area with Shoot Pop, trying to get that thing woed up. As get ready for the Pro Mod bikes to come on up underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge here as we continued with the fast vehicles of the two-wheeled variety here at Mission Raceway Park before getting into our Junior Dragster and Junior Street exhibition passes. Of course, brought to us by Jerry's OK Tire. $100 up for grabs for the best package. That is the best winning run combined with reaction time and ET to create the best package. Again, gonna have $100 up for grabs there. $50 up to the best reaction time. That is thanks to the Rodrigue family, and the $100 for the best package donated by Rocket Coatings. Of course, coming up tomorrow for the juniors, a Wally is on the line for the JBS Junior Shootout, as well as $500 to the winners as our Pro Modified motorcycles. Getting ready to roll up with the first bike coming into the water box.
Gary Christopher in the burnout box, pulling up to the line here for might be a solo pass for him. He's from Hope, sponsored by Karsten Excavating. Pro Mod bike here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Good to see everybody out here today. And shout out to everyone on the live stream. Hey, everybody. Hope to see you down here tomorrow. Gary Christopher, bulbs are lit. Had a shutter down. He was dangerously close to the center line, and safety comes first, but still 6.93, 201 miles an hour. So definitely didn't let out there. And if he did, it wasn't a lot. Next up in Pro Mod bike, it's Steve Abuzini. Steve's from Poco, sponsored by PRP Automotive, running that CBR 1100XX. Steve, a familiar figure here at Mission Raceway, and coming to my street legals. He likes a warm tire, folks. Going a little snaky right off the line. He'll be coasting down to the big end. Just test hits here on Friday night for our Pro Mod bikes.
So it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to do it for Pro Modified motorcycle action, as we will get the junior categories up to the line next. And I know we've got some special things on tap here for the junior competitors, as they are excited to make some passes here. Really, the way to get into drag racing here at Mission Raceway Park is in the Junior Drag Racing League. Coming up to the line first, again, going to be your junior street competitors for Peden Industries, sponsoring all the junior categories. We'll turn this one over to Chrissy to take us through the junior dragster and junior street exhibitions.
All right, of course, the juniors are future racers, folks. So we're having a junior shootout here with our juniors. We've got Richard Peterson in the 2023 Ford in the TCS lane, sponsored by Pro Power Management, Peterson Fabricating and Stitches by Shireen from Grand Forks, Alberta. So what's happening is we're having a Glow Junior Exhibition Pass sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. And of course, $100 to the best package. So best time, best reaction time. Big thanks to Rocket Coatings, and $50 to the best reaction time. Thanks to the Rodrigue family. Doesn't look like we have the tech card for the junior in the Lordco lane. And there they go, folks. Junior Street here. You may think they're going slow, but they're doing 100 miles an hour in their minds. They are the future of racing, and we want to get behind all of these juniors here. An 11:04 at 65 with a 3 in the Lordco lane, and Richard Peterson a 10.32 at 67 with a 5. Now the juniors running the 8th mile. After we do our junior streets, then we'll be getting those junior dragsters out. And today we're calling it Girl Power Racing. We're going to try to match up all the girl pairings we can. And they're calling it Girl Power Racing. And then we're going to have Emily Gerard and Kim John Kind and Brittany Bond here in their full-size dragsters. Now this is Tyler Smith here from Abbotsford, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire and Zapstrap Racing. He's currently the leader in points, dominating the junior street class. So if you've got a 13 to 16-year-old kid that would like to do some drag racing, Tyler needs some competition. Come on out. Get involved with the junior street at 11.22 at 63 miles an hour for Tyler Smith. So the Glow Junior Exhibition Pass, they're getting their rides glowing. Now, I did my best to find a glow suit, and I couldn't find one. I am so disappointed, but next year, I'm definitely be on it. After this junior glow exhibition pass, there's a big glow party. The juniors all partying it up tonight in the glow party, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. Gonna have a great old time tonight here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. I see the party started in the beer garden, sponsored by Jack's Wine and Spirits. If you are over 19, you might want to mosey on over down to the Jack's Beer and Wine Spirits Beer Gardens. Now, if I wasn't working, that's exactly where I'd be. Shout out to everyone in the beer gardens. All right, here we go in our junior glow exhibition pass. So they're looking for the perfect package. That's someone who runs the closest to their dial-in times. And look, they've got their glow on, the green glow, the TCS lane, and the big old glow stick in the Lordco lane. Connor Jackson in the TCS lane and the 09 Martin. He's from Abbotsford, pulling up to the line there, did a little burnout. Sponsored by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, and Lordco. It's going against Owen Armstrong from Chilliwack, part of Armstrong Racing, sponsored by Fountain Tire Chilliwack. Lordco Badass Garage. Looks like a little roll through for Owen. Now, I do believe Owen is 6 years old, or he's got the handicap, that's right, but a red light. And Connor chasing him down to the 8th mile, 9.0172 with a 9. And Owen with the red light, a 14.10 at 44. Now, Hunter Thompson, TCS side from Mission, sponsored by JBS Equipment, going against Adam Katnick, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. Adam dialed in at an 8.95 and Hunter an 8.96, so they'll be taking off almost at the same time here. The Glow Junior Exhibition Pass, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. This is a big deal for these young racers here. Racing for you at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip. Parents out there doing a couple little finishing adjustments for their kids. A great way to get involved with racing is get your kid one of these folks. They're going to put that screen down. They're going to be washing floors and mowing lawns. They're going to be doing everything for race car park. So get your kids involved. We've got a great junior program here. Adam Katnick with the great glow lights underneath his dragster. There we go. Clean and green for both these drivers. Side-by-side racing is going to be Adam, 8.98. So just 58 thousandths of a difference between these two. That's how tight this junior racing is. Just 006 off his dial for Adam Katnick. So great job. Next up, it's Wesley Armstrong, part of the Armstrong Racing team. Sponsored by Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Lordco Badass Garage, and it's going against Jack Green, part of the Green Brothers Racing team, sponsored by Global Container Terminals and Bumper Stand. Now, Jack Green dialed in at a 13.90 and Wesley Armstrong at 12.00. So Wesley will have to be patient here while Jack Green takes off. And, not patient enough. Wesley Armstrong with the red, but just having a great old time. Heading down the track with his great glow stick, glowing away. A 13.99 at 44 with a 5 for Jack Green. And Wesley a 12.06 at 52 the 3. Great job for our juniors here. A shout out to all our junior parents. You guys are the best parents in the whole wide world, I'll tell you. How cool would it be for your kid to say, get asked, what did you do this weekend? I won a Wally, I won my drag race. Yeah. You want to have the cool kids like Nate Green here in the TCS lane, part of the Green Brothers Racing, a whole bunch of them. Global Container Terminals and Bumper Stand sponsoring Nate Green is going against Ashton Katnick, sponsored by TK Performance in Lordco. Ashton dialed in at 11.90 and Nate a 10.89. So Ashton's going to take off a tiny bit earlier than Nate, and Nate's going to chase him down. Great glow action for Ashton Katnick in the Lordco lane, glowing away. Looks like Ashton a little too quick, but you know what? They're doing 100 miles an hour right there in their brain, so it's just an exhibition pass, folks. This is it. This is the big times. 10.96, 57 with the 2 for Nate Green. 11.95 at 50 with a 5 for Ashton. I just know what one day I'm going to be announcing these names, and it's going to be in Hot Rod, in Sportsman. Who knows? It might even be in Pro Mod one day. That's our future. These junior racers, make sure you get involved with your kids, folks. Carrying on with our Junior Glow Exhibition Pass, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. Big money on the line here. $100 to the best package, so closest to the dial-in time and best reaction time, thanks to Rocket Coatings, and $50 for the best reaction time, thanks to the Rodrigue family. Family racing here at Smokefire and Thunder, the racers of the future. It's Colton Morin in the TCS lane, dialed in at a 796, going against Alex Green, sponsored by Global Container Terminals, Bumper Stand, and Morin Motorsports. Alex Green will be taken off first, dialed in at 11.99, and Colton a 7.96. So Colton Morin will have to be very patient as Alex Green takes off. It must be unnerving to have such a big head start in the other lane and just being very patient and not going for a red light. Lots of money on the line here, and the big glow party after the exhibition pass. There goes Alex Green. Green light, and there is Colton chasing him down. Can he get past him and do his dial-in time? No, Alex Green, a 12, even 53 with a 3, and Colton, a 7.99. But wow, great racing action. That one going to Green Brothers Racing. Next up in our Junior Glow Exhibition Pass, Bentley Johnson in the TCS side, sponsored by Lucas Oil and Bubba Speed Shop. He's from Mission, dialed in at an 890, going against Nick Bond, sponsored by JBS Equipment from Mission. You may know Nick Bond's dad, a certain gentleman named Justin Bond, our vice president here, and a NHRA Pro Mod Badass. So it's Bentley Johnson here, going against Nick Bond in the Junior Glow Exhibition Pass. Okay, so Nick Bond, a 7.97 at 81 with a 6. And Bentley, a little too eager, but an 8.88. Yeah, that's a lucky number, 888. With a 73 with a 4. Lincoln Shirk here in the TCS lane, dialed in at a 797, going against Hunter Gallant. It is BDL Auto. Super Steve's Tire Diversified Rocket Coatings 2016 Junior Dragster. So Lincoln, part of the Shirk family racing, everybody racing with the last name Shirk, his dad, Derek, owner of Titanium Auto Group. Big sponsor here on the Titanium Strip, obviously at Mission Raceway. Lincoln Shirk in the TCS lane, Hunter Gallant in the Lordco lane, the Glow Junior Exhibition Pass, Dragsters, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. Double greens here. Lincoln chasing them down. It's a 9.08 for Hunter, 69 with a 9, and Lincoln a 7.90, going with red. Oh, just breaking out, actually, out of his time. Oh, so this is Emily White here, carrying on in our Glow Junior Exhibition Pass. She's from Mission, White Knuckle Racing, sponsored by Lordco and Walco TNT. See Dad Colin White there, giving Emily a hand. Emily was racing in the Chilliwack Mud Drags actually last weekend, and she won her class. So very talented young lady here at the line. Mud racing, drag racing, she does it all. Emily White. A 9.22 at 70 with a 9 for Emily White. The big glow party after the Junior Exhibition Pass. So the Girl Power Racing, tonight we've banded together with lots of our female drag racers. And during this junior shootout, we are creating as many girl versus girl pairings as we can. And we're finishing off with Emily Gerard, Kim Jong-kind, and Aaron Phillips. So Girl Power here tonight, Girl Power Racing in our junior division. So proud of our lady racers. We hope that they'll carry on and become the next Brittany Force, Carmen Caruso, all the awesome women in NHRA drag racing. McKenna Thompson in the TCS lane. She's from Mission, dialed in at a 798. Going against Cadence Rodriguez, sponsored by Milton Truck Body, Ken Specialty Auto, and Color Compass Corporation. Cadence from Chilliwack, McKenna from Mission. Girl Power Racing here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Ladies at the line here, McKenna, Tower Side, Cadence, Lordco Lane. Cadence leaving first, dialed in at an 11.72. McKenna a 7.98. There we go for the handicap start, and there goes McKenna. Trying to get around her. Let's see if she can do it. She can. Looks like Cadence broke out. McKenna an 8.00, 81 with a 3. Cadence an 11.62 at 53 with a 2. Sometimes these juniors come up in the tower and they announce with me, so makes for an interesting night. So if you want to hear that, come on down to Street Legals, because that's how we roll on Friday nights. Great shot on the live stream and the big screen. Wow, look at that glow. Now that is glow. Isabella Marshall. Going against April Bond. Isabella dialed in at an 890. April Bond an 898, so very close. April sponsored by JBS Equipment. Dad is Justin Bond. Isabella got the Glow here, the Glow Junior Exhibition Pass, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire, a part of the Girl Power Racing Night here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And 8.9873 with a 1 for April, and Isabella leaving a little too early, but 9.09. 70 with a 3. She's probably blinded by her awesome glow. You glow, girl. You glow. Girl Power Racing here, the junior exhibition class, and then they're off to party in their glow party. Now, don't forget, next up is the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the Jet Car, so don't go anywhere. Natanya Peterson from Grand Forks, Alberta. Grand Prairie, sorry, it just says Grand. How grand. Sponsored by Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, and Big Rig Construction. It's going against Abigail White, part of the White Knuckle Racing team in the Lordco lane. Natanya leaving first, and here goes Abby. Abigail White, can she get around Natanya? No, she can't. 12.62 at 50 even for Natanya, and Abigail White a 7.95 at 81 with a 5. Couple more girls pulling up to the line here. Emma Debris, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. Vancouver Car Wraps, SRC, and Shawnigan Trucking in the TCS lane. From Shawnigan Lake, going against Hunter Thompson. Sponsored by JBS Equipment, so not a couple ladies, but a lady in the TCS lane. Two greens for Emma and Hunter. Side-by-side racing action at the 330. It's going to Hunter, 7.98, 81 with an 8. And Emma, an 8.04 and 80 with a 5. Wow, junior racing action here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. You know, thanks for hanging with us. You know, for these kids, it's everything. It's everything. They are race car drivers, folks. They are NHRA race car drivers. It doesn't get cooler than that. The big old glow party after the junior exhibition pass, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. Of course, here in this exhibition pass, some big money to be won. $100 to the best package, so that's closest to your dial-in time and reaction time, thanks to Rocket Coatings, and $50 to the best reaction time from the Rodrigue family. Now, don't forget, tomorrow they've got the JBS Junior Shootout and a whole ton more of racing action all weekend here. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Sophia gets in the TCS lane from Kamloops, dialed in at a 10:13, going against Taryn Monroe from Surrey, 1994 Blazer, dialed in at an 11:34. So Mustang versus Blazer, both 1994. Sophia in the TCS lane. Taryn in the Lordco lane. Taryn leaving a little early, dialed in at an 11:34 versus Sophia's 10:13. Oh, a 002 red for Sophia. $11.39 at 61 with a 5 for Taryn Monroe. A 10.14, 70 with a 4, but going red for Sophia. Great job to our juniors, and great job to you parents. The best parents in the world getting their kids involved here on the track. Keep them out of trouble, keep those screens out of their face, and they have a lot of fun. It's a lot of learning here. They learn sportsmanship. You know, they learn how to compete without having an issue, and, you know, they all bond. It's like a family in our junior class. And we're so proud to have them. Stand-up parents, stand-up kids in our juniors. Now they're off to party at the Glow Party. So thanks so much to Jerry's OK Tire, Rocket Coatings, and thanks to the Rodrigue family.
So keeping it up with the girl power theme, we got some graduates of junior dragster racing. Emily Gerard, who's moved up into the full-size cars, giving a little bit of a taste of the progression that some of these junior class racers can go on. So Emily in that Rad Torque Systems Shear Solutions Just Mechanical machine, getting backed up from the burnout. And used to be a competitor in the Peden Industries junior categories here at Mission Raceway Park. So we had the girl power theme to finish off the junior exhibition, carrying that on with 3 of our female racers here. They're going to be competing in the box category coming up tomorrow in qualifying and eliminations. All 3 of these competitors, regular racers in the NHRA Summit ET Series. Week in and week out here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, Summit ET Series race coming up to round things out on Sunday here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. So Emily Gerard getting ready to make a hit over there in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Little nighttime run for Emily, switching things up, and fortunately looks like car jumped through the beams, so no time going to be registered for Emily Gerard. She's looking to take it down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. So what happened there was Emily paused for burnouts. So unfortunately, Emily had the car kind of lurch forward. It went through the beams before the tree was actually activated, which means that unfortunately, she is not going to get a time. So your next pair, to finish off our little girl power exhibition, it's going to be the Titanium Racing machine of Kimberly Johnkine. The TCS side of the racetrack up against Aaron Phillips over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So we will have a head-to-head matchup. As I can see at the head of the staging lanes, the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car are in the lanes. They will be the next two cars up after this exhibition pass. Little friendly matchup for Aaron and Kimberly, as Kimberly's already pre-staged. Wait and see who's going to come out on top of this heads-up matchup. Well, the reaction time to Kimberly Johnkind, we're going to see who's going to get to the stripe first. It is going to be Kimberly on a hole shot. 8:27 with a 961 miles an hour, taking out Aaron Phillips quicker but losing. 8:17 with a 7 at 157 miles an hour. In the rare heads-up matchup for those racers is usually competing in bracket classes, so dialing in. But a little bit of a friendly matchup for the Girl Power Racing exhibition to finish things off for that.
And just so you know that Kim Jong-kind just got her NHRA license this year. So I can't wait for our juniors to grow up and drive one of those, especially our Girl Power Racers. So thanks so much, Girl Power Racers, and all of our juniors. That wraps up the Glow Junior Exhibition Pass, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. Big bucks up, but now they're going to go relax and have their glow party.
Well, you can see in the water box, the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster from Junior Dragsters to the complete opposite end of the spectrum. If you don't have yourself a seat in the grandstand or at least a place along the fence lining the racetrack, you might want to get up and take a look at the TCS side of things, because Darkside Racing Gang is lined up and getting ready to go. Quick check over the lane, and then we're going to get ready to experience roughly around 10,000 horsepower. This Top Fuel Dragster, of course, team out of Calgary, Alberta. So Doug Fedorowicz in the gang. Doug has been a longtime racer in Top Fuel competition. On the more budget side of things, in the 80s through the 90s, and I came back to running a fuel car here in the last 10 or so years, and lately stepped it up with a newer chassis with this race car, but in the old motor combination, kind of upgrading things and getting it a little bit close, getting helped out by the folks at Lordco Auto Parts, of course, also presenting all of the action here this weekend for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So Doug will try and make the full 1,000-foot pole, of course, which is the distance for Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car competition, the NHRA side of things, of course, switching from the traditional quarter mile to 1,000 foot back in 2008. These cars in the big show in the NHRA side of things, running deep into the 3.6 second zone at over 330, approaching 340 miles an hour. Doug, maybe a little bit shy of that, still trying to make a solid run here. It's the car has fired. We're going to get ready for a little Top Fuel action for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here at Mission Raceway Park. Well, you can feel the ground shaking just on the burnout as Doug's going to get ready to get that thing backed up. Of course, twin magnetos, big old fuel pump.
This is definitely not street legals, my friend.
You can see the massive rear wing as well as the front wing providing thousands of pounds of downforce, which is necessary to keep those rear tires and the front tires planted throughout the run. Actually, Antron Brown a few weekends ago on the NHRA side of things, David Fedorowicz, again the racer out of Calgary, Alberta. backed up to the line and getting ready to bring that machine up. You can see the crew at the back scrubbing off those big rear slicks as the crew making the final adjustments. And get ready, when they turn on the high side, second pump, you'll hear the pitch of the engine change right when they bring it into the staging beams. As the crew member trips that top bulb, show Dave where he needs to bring that car in. We'll get ready for the first pass of the weekend for the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So it looks like one of the crew members saying to shut the car off on the starting line. So again, seeing something that they did not like. So potentially something going wrong on the starting line. You can see the flashlight is out as we speak as the crew is looking at the right side of the motor. They're going to push that car back. So a very tough break for Dave Fedorowicz. Well, sounds like they're going to go back to the pit area. They have to obviously check through the motor and do their checks, but they're going to try and come back in about half an hour's time. We have already heard from them and the crew and get that one run in. So a little bit of tension there. We saw the burnout. Hopefully we'll see the full pass here and again about half hour's time, but don't go anywhere because the next car to roll underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, that is the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car for Derek Snelson. So looks like there was a small oil leak on the right side of the machine, which is why the crew called for it to be shut off. Obviously, don't want anything going wrong with these highly potent machines, so they are going to tow that car back to the pit area. They're going to make sure everything is bolted together and ready to go. And again, in about half an hour's time, they're going to bring that car back and make their first pass of the weekend. But again, the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car getting ready to come on up next just as soon as we get Dave's car turned around there, the tow vehicle hooked up, and get that machine brought back to the pit area. So tough break for Dave Fedorowicz and the gang out of Calgary, Alberta. The Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster. Again, going to come back and try and make a 1,000-foot hit here on Friday, the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, courtesy of Lordco Auto Parts.
Definitely can't wait for those guys to come back. I spent some time with them in the pits, and they are great people, folks. So if you do get a chance a little later to go over to their area and talk to them, super knowledgeable, amazing people there. We're glad to have them. They'll be back in half an hour. And, of course, we've got the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car coming up. We've got the Hard Knock Stunt Show coming up a little later as well, and back to all our Outlaw classes. We'll be running Outlaw 275, Limited Street, Outlaw Street, and Real Street. Part of our Radial Tire Racing here.
So attention in the pits, there is a red golf cart that is directly behind the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge that needs to be moved. Otherwise, it could be slightly singed in just a few moments' time. So again, looks like it is being moved on your behalf. So if you're the owner of that red golf cart, it is now at the head of the staging lanes. There it is, the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Derek Snelson, the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car, is getting lined up and ready to go. You can see it up there on the Lordco Auto Parts big screen here at Mission Raceway Park. Derek, originally out of Alaska, now the operator of Renegade Raceway down in Washington State. Derek's hometown of Anchorage, Alaska. Fun fact, he is the land speed record holder in the state of Alaska. Ran 309 miles an hour in an airport exhibition there. The car has been as quick as 270 miles an hour in the quarter mile at just under 6 seconds. Again, the big thing with jet cars is the thrust. It might not have the initial acceleration off the line, but big top-end speed from these jet cars, and just what we were looking for: big smoke, big fire, and big thunder. As Derek Snelson in the Tomahawk Jet funny car getting backed up and ready to go.
What a great looking car that is, the Tomahawk.
Should also mention that there's no spectating on the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. So we need everybody to be cleared off of the bridge if you still want your eyebrows intact. Again, everybody needs to be cleared off of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge when we fire up the jet car. So getting ready again, quarter mile pass for the Tomahawk Jet funny car, and obviously Derek not sitting in the center as conventional with the funny car. He is off to the left of that jet engine. Still has the afterburner. A long-time racer in jet car competition here in the Pacific Northwest, again for the competitor out of Anchorage, Alaska. Just making sure everything's in position. Again, closing the bridge there and making sure that there is no traffic behind the jet car once we get going. So making sure that all those safety checks are in place before we get ready to get this thing going. Hey, Mission Raceway Park, you guys ready to see a little jet car action? How about making some noise on a Friday night?
The smoke, fire, and thunder's happening. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm just a Street Legals announcer, and this is like next level. Are you guys ready for this?
Well, there it is. You can hear it firing up, the Tomahawk Jet funny car. Again, we said it before, but if you are not at the fence or not in a grandstand seat, now is the time to make your way over to check out what is about to head down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. The Tomahawk Jet funny car with Derek Snelson behind the wheel. Again, formerly out of Anchorage, Alaska, now making his home in Washington State. As the chase car is going to make its way down the racetrack to get ready to pick up its driver, Derek Snelson is going to get ready to put on a show here at Mission Raceway Park. So here we go, U.S. Airways Flight 1, getting ready to take on the Lordco Auto Parts lane. It's Derek Snelson, complete with the burner show. Down there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, hoping for a 250-plus mile-an-hour pass down the Titanium Auto Group strip. Pre-stage bulb is lit, here we go. Derek Snelson, 6:24 with a 2 at 249 miles an hour. How about putting your hands together for Derek Snelson of the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car?
Wow, that was absolutely amazing. There is your smoke, fire, and thunder so far. Of course, we'll have the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster coming back. Look at that on the replay, on the Valley Tech replay. Wow.
You can see that the burner pops and just the force of that afterburner absolutely making those shrubs move and making the camera guys shake a little bit. As Derek Snelson, again, it's 6:24, 249 miles an hour to kick off his weekend with the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. And of course, don't go anywhere yet because we still got plenty of racing action coming up. Outlaw 275 coming back for its second round, their second round of qualifying, as well as limited street, as well as all the West Coast Outlaw classes, Doorslammers, Pro Mods, Top Fuel Harley. Again, the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster coming back, and was 30 minutes. It is now a lot shorter than that we will see them back in the staging lanes. And again, still some Top Fuel action, as well as a full field of racing machines. If you're wondering what that was in kilometers per hour, 400 kilometers an hour in the Lordco Auto Parts lane for Derek Snelson. 249 miles an hour. Again, the conversion over there. That is moving down the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And again, what we said, a little bit shy on the ET because it doesn't quite have that acceleration right off the line, but making up for it with some big miles an hour for Derek Snelson and some ground shaking, window shaking up here in the tower performance from Derek Snelson and the Tomahawk team.
I wasn't sure we were going to have windows after that pass. The windows absolutely came in like an inch. So luckily they're well built, and wow, what a great pass. 400 kilometers an hour. Man, can you imagine that, folks? Driving that thing 400 miles an hour? Nice.
Yeah, 400 kilometers an hour. So
sorry.
we will get ready to go with our next portion of the program. Track prep is just starting, but of course we're not going to have any downtime yet because the Hard Knox Stunt team is going to come back for their second appearance of the evening. So again, we need the head of the staging area cleared and all the area around the starting line as the Hard Knox Stunt team is going to get ready for some more tire smoking action.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaw 275 on standby? Outlaw 275, you are on standby, please.
Also, for all junior competitors, your glow party has started in the pit area. You can make your way over there as well. So a few moments away from the Hard Knox Stunt Show, we're going to turn things over to their team and get ready to take things away with a little bit of track prep, but no shortage of action as the Hard Knox Stunt Show is just moments away.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can bring your attention to the top end of the drag strip. We're getting ready now for the Doors Wars Drift Stunting Show. This will be a taster of the bigger show tomorrow, where we're going to have motorbikes, guys on fire, semi-trucks. It's going to be a bonanza. But for tonight, just a taster. And again, I'll bring your attention to the ride-alongs. Most people's experience in a car is with the car going straight. With the ride-alongs, you'll get to drift with these guys, and 90% of the time, you'll be traveling sideways in these cars. Keep your eyes out for We've got Cassandra. She's our only female driver tonight. She'll be first out of the gate. She's a professional stunt performer. Followed by Trevor Addy, her partner, who will be in the Cop drift car. That's the black BMW. Right after Trevor, we have Clinton. Clinton is a welder fabricator, and he'll be in the purple Nissan. It's a 240 SX. And Alex Steins will be in the blue Nissan 350Z. And he, believe it or not, used to be a break dancer. He's turned his hand again into stunts now, and he drifts in his spare time. Last but not least, Gaston Morrison. He runs Hard Knox Stunts, and he's put this together as he does every year. He specializes with anything with a motor, so from semi-trucks to combine harvesters now, believe it or not. We're just preparing the area, confirming the lockdown, and we'll start them up. I'd like to say a thank you to all the helpers as well. That's Jackie with me here in the tower, Melissa down there with Jasper, her husband, and Kevin, always helping out on the cars. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're 100% locked. Here we go. That's Cassandra and Trevor Addy in the drift car. And you get a chance to do the ride along tomorrow. There'll be a booth set up and you can buy your tickets and go down to turn 2 at the end of the drag strip on the right. We'll be doing that all day tomorrow. We've got Clinton, Gaston Morrison, and Alex Steins. This takes a lot of skill, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Let's have a round of applause for the guys. They've got to be coming back in. Here we go, round 2. Okay, let's introduce the drivers. Tomorrow, these guys have got to go back to number 1s. Okay, that's it for tonight. Thanks, girls and guys. Do come again. We'll be here all day tomorrow with a bigger show. Thank you.
All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We'll have MBA Fabrication, Outlaw 275, and Golf and Fraser Financial Limited Street. This is your call to the lanes. Outlaw 275, round number 2 qualifying, and Gulf and Fraser Financial Limited Street. Second round of qualifying. You guys are being called to the lanes. So again, just doing some track prep here before we head into round 2 of qualifying for MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. Justin Gallant coming into the session with a 4:45 with a 5. Currently your number 1 qualifier. Rest of the field trying to step up and top that, as we have seen a few test runs already this weekend into the 4:30s, namely by Jordan Brandon. And last night's test session in similar conditions here at MRP, so should be an interesting second session now that the track is under the lights here at Mission Raceway Park, and we'll see what happens and if anybody can step up and take out that 4:45 with a 5 here in the second session of Outlaw 275 qualifying. Is Max Nielsen your current number 1 qualifier heading into this second session for Gulf and Fraser Financial Limited Street action as well. Max, of course, the runner-up at Door Wars and the winner of the Just Send It shootout at Rad Torque Raceway just outside of Edmonton. So the driver on a roll and currently number 1 over the rest of the field. Vanessa Richards currently the number 2 qualifying spot with 5:23 in Limited Street. And again, Outlaw 275 and Limited Street competitors, you've been called to the lanes. We need you guys in the lanes.
I just ran out to the concession stand and the pro shop. They're still open and barely any lineup. Got ourselves some water and, of course, the good old Rockstar back here. And as I was making my way down back here, I saw a lot of those juniors glowing to the max. They're having their glow party. I saw glow sticks. I saw glow crowns, glow bracelets. I saw glow everything, and it was amazing. So I hope you juniors are having a fun time at your glow party. What a great junior exhibition pass it was. And I also walked by the Darkside, and I asked them, hey, what's your ETA? And they said around 15 to 20 minutes. So I can't wait to have those guys come back. They just had a small problem, and something flew off that had oil dripping from it. So thankfully, they got off the track, and it looks like it's a quick fix. They've got like 16 mechanics climbing all over that car right now. So they'll be coming back out. Can't wait to see the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster make their pass because, whoa, that Tomahawk, that was something. Everybody buzzing in the pits about that.
Of course, Derek's going to be back for 2 more passes tomorrow, so make sure to get your tickets for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Day and Night number 2 here at Mission Raceway Park. Again, 2 more full days of racing action. Of course, all the feature cars in competition. You'll also see eliminations for the West Coast Outlaws classes. Tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park, it is going to be a big day here at MRP, so make sure to come out tomorrow as well. Still going into the nighttime hours here as we make our way through the qualifying portion of things for Canada West Doorslammers, as well as the West Coast Outlaws.
accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
You folks at home with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team.
And the wind light association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expect pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay and that about Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks.
Just a little track prep before we get to Radial Tire Racing here, the West Coast Outlaw Series. Starting off with our Outlaw 275s. Lots of racing action yet to come, folks, including a huge field of Doorslammers, of course, Pro Mods, Top Fuel Harleys, and Pro Mod bikes again. Lots of racing action. Again, we do it again tomorrow, so be sure you come on out again tomorrow. And of course, the Wally race on Sunday. It's a big deal to win those beautiful Wallies. So all weekend of racing here, smoke, fire, and thunder. We saw a little taste of that smoke and fire and thunder with the Tomahawk Jet. Darkside Top Fuel Dragster will be out in a little while to make their pass. They're just fixing that little oil leak they had, and they're going to be back, folks. We'll be starting with our West Coast Outlaw Series with the Outlaw 275 as soon as we're finished this track prep, which should be momentarily.
So, quick once over the racing surface. Some crews also taking the chance to check out the track conditions before we roll into that second session for Outlaw 275. So, more qualifying just a few moments away here at Mission Raceway Park. And also, again, don't forget that Darkside Top Fuel team, they're going to be coming back up just a few moments for their first hit of the night. Again, they had something come loose. It started leaking a little bit of fluid over there in the TCS side of the racetrack when they went to make their initial pass. Car had gone into the staging beams, got shut off before it could actually make its run. So they'll be coming back for attempt number 2 in a few moments as well.
I see that Darkside Dragster making a move into the staging lanes right now. So that's great news. Radial Tire Racing coming up. The West Coast Outlaw Series. This is a part of their point series here, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, and they'll be coming back at the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, brought to you by, I'm not sure, but it's September 29th to October 1st, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Should be a good time. Of course, we've got the Mopac Auto Supplies Street Legals, the Friday night Street Legals. Like, duh, Chrissy, you're the announcer for Street Legals. Get it right. I know I've had a Rockstar, a Red Bull, and I'm considering this next Rockstar, but I am a 50-year-old woman. I mean, I could have a heart attack. That is a lot of caffeine, so. Anyone know CPR up here?
So you can see the spray going down there in the Lordco Auto Parts side. Already laid some of the sticky stuff down to the TCS lane, so still a few moments away from getting things started. Just again, making sure that the racetrack is in prime condition for these Outlaw 275 competitors. Of course, trying to put a lot of power through very small tires, so trying to get that racetrack in tip-top shape before they make their way for their second qualifying hit of the weekend. We got one more session coming up to round out the evening, the tail end of things. We continue through the rest of the program. Of course, limited street right after. So again, any racers that haven't dialed this up on the PA feed to hear your lane calls, you can tune in to 92.7 FM to hear the PA here at Mission Raceway Park. Again, that is 92.7, the FM transmitter for the PA system here at Mission Raceway Park. So you can get that dialed in and again, hear all your lane calls if you're not near a speaker in the pit area. You can also go to Mission Raceway Park's Twitter. That is at Mission Raceway. Then you're going to tweet lane assignments and lane calls throughout the weekend as well. So 2 ways to get your lane calls. Again, tuning into 92.7 or on Twitter. And again, I know as we get into the program tomorrow, that is going to be very important to pay attention to. So again, make sure you're all dialed in and ready to go for tomorrow. There's still some qualifying left to run here on night number 1 of the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend at MRP.
Just wanted to mention also the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association coming back September 16th and 17th. Did you know there's a beach behind us on the river? I know, I just found out recently, and the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association is coming back with their boat drags September 16th and 17th, so check it out on the beach here at Mission Raceway Park.
So again, we mentioned coming into this session that Justin Gallant, currently your number 1 qualifier with a 45 with a 5. Scott Schulhauser currently in the number 2 spot with a 4:48 with a 9. He's Gagnon in the Nova in the number 3 position with a 4:51 with an 8. So 2 cars in the 440s at the moment. 4:53 with a 0, putting Chris Gould in the number 4 qualifying spot. Jordan Brandon got some big hang time with the front tires off the ground and had to pedal his way to a 4:53 with a 0 to 170 miles an hour. And even pedaling that is top speed at the moment. So 16 cars taking time in the first qualifying session here for Outlaw 275 on the property. And, of course, everybody with a little bit better track conditions trying to better those elapsed times and get themselves lined up and ready to go for eliminations coming up tomorrow here at Mission. So here we go with the first pair in round number 2 of Outlaw 275 qualifying for MDA Fabrication, and it is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. In the Lordco Auto Parts lane, Justin Gallant up against Jason Gagnon running the Radial Flyer this weekend. The Nova over here in the TCS side of the racetrack. Jason has a wicked Nova of his own that he usually runs, the Angle Plug Racing Nova that is not here this weekend. Jason elected to climb behind the wheel of the JS Power Sports machine. Also getting some help out from Gen 3 Speed Precision Concept. All on board for the racer out of Kelowna. The Okanagan up against Justin Gallant. He mentioned took out the win at Streetcars Super Nationals at the tail end of last year. Unfortunately, had some motor trouble at Door Wars earlier this year that meant that he unfortunately couldn't run the rest of the weekend. Happened on the test and tune day. So Justin getting that thing pieced back together and coming out right off the bat, running a 4:45 with a 5 at 160 miles an hour. We'll see how aggressive the tuners are going to get with the tune-up in both of these race cars. Is Gallant already tripping on that top bulb. You can hear the boost building on both sides of the racetrack. Here we go, first pair for round 2. Gallant spinning the tires pretty much on the hit. How about another 450? 450 with a 6 at 160 miles an hour. So an improvement on the ET for Jason Gagnon, but not in the rather where he is going to be running in the lineup. Still in the number 3 qualifying spot for Jason with that 450 with a 6 at 160 miles an hour. And Justin Gallant, unfortunately, just a little too much for that Lordco Auto Parts lane to handle as he'll click that off early with a 6:36 with a 4. Fortunately, can reside on his 4:45 with a 5 at 160 from round number 1 to fall back on. Still your number 1 qualifier, but still quite a few pairs in the staging lanes coming up for Outlaw 275 in their second round of qualifying. Already tripping on that top bulb, Chris Houston out of Lethbridge, the Horsepower Solutions machine up against Jeff Whitworth from Nanaimo, the Precise Mechanical 1988 Fox Body Mustang up against the 1990 Fox Body Mustang, the turquoise machine for Houston. So it's BC and Alberta. Big wheels up launch from Whitworth, who pedaled it and still brought the front end up as Chris Houston goes into the 4-second bracket. Again, a 486 with a 147 miles an hour for Houston, which will improve on his earlier 493. So Houston going in that Mustang is going to move up to the number 10 spot. A 1-spot improvement for Houston. For the racer out of Lethbridge, Whitworth, 567 with a 525 miles an hour. For the racer out of Nanaimo, that is not going to be an improvement from his 523 with an 8 from round number 1 of qualifying. But again, getting some serious hang time over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Is up next is going to be Trevor Mulder out of Carstairs, Alberta, up against Rick McLeod from Vernon. Mulder having some problems with his turbocharged machine and getting guided into the beams. The LS power plant underneath the hood of the car that he calls the girlfriend. And over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, safe to say it's the only Dodge Dart in competition in Outlaw 275 this weekend. Rick McLeod from Vernon, a 461 in round number 1. Big sideways moment for Mulder. That thing was going straight towards the fence. He clicked it off, and McLeod waltzes right up into tire smoke, blowing the tires off the Dart in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. So Mulder will get a run on the board, 10:28 with an O at 64 miles an hour, coasting through to the top end. It's going to put him in the number 17 qualifying position. Rick McLeod will rest on his earlier 464, and that's a correction. He did run a 464 in round number 1 of qualifying with a 4. So next up, it'll be Mike Hawkins from Chilliwack. His 1981 Chevy Malibu. Again, the nitrous-assisted big block Chevy for Hawkins. Against the turbocharged LS for Bob Cook in his 1993 Ford F-150. And Bob, we saw this truck in its early transformation in its Outlaw 275 Lifetime last year at Door Wars. Bringing it back out after extensive rework in the offseason, put the finishing touches on that machine, and a very tidy-looking pickup as the nitrous system getting purged for Mike Hawkins. The TCS side of the racetrack. So Cook coming in as your number 15 qualifier, having to get off of it early in round number 1 of qualifying, around a 7:03 with 0, looking for a big-time step up. Hawkins currently in the number 9 qualifying position with a 475 with 3 at 153 miles an hour, as Cook is already pre-staged, waiting on Hawkins to bring in the Malibu. Hawkins, no problems down the racetrack, a 466 with a 554 miles an hour, improving from his 475 with a 3, and not improving position-wise, though. Big improvement, though, in the ET department, as Bob Cook getting down the racetrack with a 536 with a 3, 141 miles an hour for the racer out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Is actually going to move him up 1 position, the number 14 spot for the F-150 is in the water box now. 2 more heavy hitters. It is Jordan Brandon in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Jordan again wheels up in round number 1 of qualifying. Had to give a quick pedal so that the car would set the front end back down. Still one of the 450s with a 453 with a 0 at 170.65 miles an hour. It comes in the number 5 position, Tyler Bodke out of Rochester, Washington. His 1992 Ford Mustang, the Bodke built machine. the turbocharged Ford power plant, as Tyler, longtime bracket racer down in Washington State, stepping up into the world of heads-up small tire racing. In the last years in that Mustang, getting brought into the staging beams. And Jordan Brandon, who's turned into the heavy hitter in Outlaw 275 competition, had the field covered, I believe almost a tenth of a second in qualifying at the just-ended shootout at Rad Torque Raceway just a few weekends ago. Both cars pre-staged, you can hear them building up the boost on both sides of the racetrack. Brandon carrying out the front tires and goes 4:43 with a 172 miles an hour, and you got yourself a new #1 qualifier. Jordan Brandon to the top of the heap in the Camaro. Tyler Bodke off of it early in the Mustang, a 610 with a 775 miles an hour, but Jordan Brandon out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, going straight to the top. Gallant now back in the #2 qualifying spot with a 4:45 with a 5 in his Mustang. As Scott Schulhauser from Calgary getting backed up from the burnout in his 1994 Ford Mustang. We've seen so many Fox bodies. This is the first year of the following generation of Mustang. So you need Outlaw Street, lanes 1 and 2, and Real Street, lanes 3 and 4. Once again, Outlaw Street and Real Street, this is your call to the lanes. Outlaw Street to 1 and 2, Real Street to 3 and 4. Scott Schulhauser already into the 440s, and he's going to go 4:45 with a 0. 4:45 with an O, so Schulhauser to the #2 qualifying spot by 5 thousandths of a second over Justin Gallant. So Gallant now coming in as your #1 qualifier into the session, now back to the #3 spot as Schulhauser goes up to the #2 qualifying position, again by 5 thousandths of a second over Justin Gallant. And that Mustang running down in the Lordco Auto Parts lane with that 4:45 with a 0 with big speed again, 170 miles an hour. Second fastest mile an hour that we've had so far in this session, 172 miles an hour. Currently top speed here in qualifying, set by Jordan Brandon, as it is Dan Rodriguez. Lordco Auto Parts lane, your defending Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event winner. He is up against Chris Gould. Rodriguez from Chilliwack, Kent Specialty Automotive, Milron Truck Body, McGraw Metalworks, and Color Compress Corp. Machine up against the CT Automotive 2000 Ford Mustang for Chris Gould. And we're talking earlier about all the Pro Mod racers that have switched over to, rather the Outlaw 10.5 racers that have switched over to Pro Mod competition. Chris Gould, an Outlaw 10.5 racer that sticking with the small tire, has switched over to Outlaw 275 competition. Here we go, Rodriguez in, waiting for Gould to bump in the Mustang. You can hear a quick pedal from Rodriguez, who's going to run it through to a 481 with an 8, 154 miles an hour, 473 with a 4, 155 for Chris Gould. Gould will rest on his 453 with a 0 from round #1 in qualifying to put him in the #5 spot at the moment. Dan Rodriguez, that 481 with a 1, no improvement on his 456 with a 6 from round #1 as well. So it is Steve Skokin, the TCS side of the racetrack, the LMS Group Ford Mustang, the 81 Fox body machine with the Pro Charger setup, the only Pro Charge car in the field, against Tony Souza in the fittingly Ford-powered Ford Mustang. The Violent Performance SDK Performance, Langley Westcan Auto Parts sponsored machine over there. The Lordco Auto Parts lane, and Souza coming in as your number 14 qualifier with a 5:43 with a 4. Both racers overpowering the racetrack. Skokin pedals his way to a 584 with a 250 miles an hour, 670 with a 5 and 117 for Souza over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So the TCS side of the racetrack getting to the stripe first, but Skokin's going to reside on his 489 with an 8 at 129 miles an hour from the first session as his best run so far the weekend. And Souza will rely on his 543 with a 4 at 130 from round number 1 of qualifying as well. So here comes a racer looking to make a big swing up the ladder. Jordan Lazick. JR for short. From Kelowna. 1963 Chevy Nova with a whole lot of nitrous, 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy. It's got a small block and big block nitrous world record so far, and Jordan ran a solid pass in test and tune last night, and currently, again, not representative of what that car can run. 16th with an early shutoff, 743 with a 0. JR's been mowing them down in the Bunker Junker Pro mod that is not in attendance this weekend. JR elected to have some fun with the small tires stuff that he kind of cut his teeth in his racing career, and 2 wins with the West Coast Pro Modifieds, as well as a final round appearance, and pretty much has to just show up at the West Coast Outlaw Shootout at the end of September into early October here at Mission Raceway Park to wrap up his championship quest in that division. But again, these small tire cars, your very experienced tuner like JR, present their own kind of challenge, and one final purge of the nitrous system for JR. Again, one of the bigger cubic inch combos in the field in Outlaw 275 competition this weekend. See if he can make the step up. As Jordan Brandon, your number 1 qualifier, JR trying to get up to the top of the heap as well. You hear a quick pedal, shuts it off just before he gets to the traps. 501 with a 2, 127 miles an hour. So a little bit of an improvement there for JR. Is a little bit soft off the line in the Nova. 501 with a 2, 127 miles an hour. It's going to put him all the way up into the number 12 qualifying position. Well, we'll sneak one more car in here for Outlaw 275 qualifying for MDA Fabrication, and it is Parm Jawanda for the racer out of Surrey. A night shift Mustang for Jawanda Motorsports. Parm not making a qualifying pass in round number 1, electing to sit that out and wait for the nighttime sessions. So we'll see what Parm can do to get his Mustang on the qualifying ladder. Fortunately, spinning the tires, getting sideways again when he tried to get back into the throttle. 718 with a 6 at 77 miles an hour. I believe that is going to do it for Outlaw 275, round number 2 qualifying. Still one more session coming up later tonight for those Outlaw 275 guys. We got a quick licensing pass in between Outlaw 275 and limited street competition. So it's Barry Siebert, again, trying to upgrade that NHRA license in that 1967 Plymouth. Lordco Auto Parts lane. Again, Gulf and Fraser Limited Street coming up after this, but new number 1 qualifier in Outlaw 275 competition in the form of Jordan Brandon for that 442 with Scott Schulhauser in the number 2 spot now with 4:45 with a 0, a 4:45 with a 5 for Justin Gallant, putting him in the number 3 qualifying spot. Jason Gagnon in the Nova in the number 4 position, coming in with a 4:50. So we get ready for Barry's licensing pass, getting brought into the beams, getting ready to try and get well into the low 10, high 9 second zone in the old Plymouth. So Barry getting to the stripe, 9:42 with a 7 at 124 miles an hour. Solid run there for Barry. As you can hear that thing kind of off the rev limiter down there at the top end of the racetrack. 9:42 with a 7, 124 miles an hour. As comes our first pair, at least first car, in Limited Street. So, kicking things off here in round number 2, it's going to be Bobby Ehlers out of Maple Ridge. The Mustang he calls the Chevstang. It's because it's built Ford tough with Chevy stuff. Ehlers running the LS power plant underneath the hood for the racer out of Maple Ridge, and Chris McGraw in the Ford-powered Ford. He calls Flipper over there in the Battle of the Fox Bodies, as it is pretty much a near-all Fox Body class here in Limited Street competition. Again, step down from the Outlaw 275 class, a little bit more limited and restricted on what these racers can do. Fortunately, Chris, spinning the tires right off the hit, gets down to the top end with quick pedal job and a 661 with the 127 miles an hour. It's not an improvement on his run from earlier on. A 668 with a 603.40 miles an hour for Bobby Ehlers. The TCS side of the racetrack is up. Next comes Vanessa Richards, a racer from Kelowna, the Gen 3 Speed Precision Concepts Kelowna Chevrolet sponsored Fox Body Mustang, the 1989 Ford Mustang for Vanessa. And see Vanessa getting directed to back up once again, and step number 2 at the burnout in the water box, trying to get a little bit more water onto those rear slicks. Richards, the defending Limited Street champion for the West Coast Outlaws, also got her 2nd consecutive Door Wars win in the category back in July, the first week of July here at Mission Raceway Park. So the nitrous-assisted Mustang get brought into the beams, and Vanessa, one to watch here, went to the final round of the Just Send It shootout at Rad Torque Raceway, where Max Nielsen just came out on top, trying to get back in the winner's circle here this weekend and trying to get back on top of the qualifying order. Unfortunately, not going to do it on that pass. It's a little bit too much for the Lordco Auto Parts lane to handle for Richards, as she'll coast down the racetrack. So 12:03 for Vanessa Richards. Obviously, she is going to rely on her first pass of the day, which is a 4:23. So it is a Gibson family side-by-side matchup coming up next. Jason Gibson, the Lordco Auto Parts lane, up against Justin Gibson. These two actually paired up in the second round of eliminations at Door Wars. Dad won on a hole shot. Ouch. So Jason has already got a win under his belt. Both cars with nitrous assistance. So it's Justin with the wheels up launch. Jason, unfortunately, with some problems. And Justin goes 5:29 with the 729 miles an hour. The TCS side of the racetrack. So solid run here for Justin Gibson. Jason overpowers the racetrack and pedals his way to a 676 with a 124 miles an hour as you're ready to go for the next pair, and it is Max Nielsen here in the TCS lane up against William Wood over there, far side of the racetrack. Max, again, the racer from Alberta, up against William Wood, again, the runner from Langley as he purchases the nitrous system. So again, Nielsen coming in with that 5:18 from round number 1 is your number 1 qualifier in Gulf and Fraser Limited Street. Over the far side of the racetrack, Lordco Auto Parts lane, William Wood. Holy cow, look at the Fox body, and we're going to have to take a look at the instant replay on that one as William Wood parked it on the rear bumper and then came down to terra firma with a thud. There it is up on the big screen, stands it up on the bumper, comes down in a shower of sparks in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. As Max Nielsen, 5:21 with a 534 miles an hour. So he is going to rest on his run from round number 1 of qualifying as his best elapsed time so far for that Ford Mustang. And man, oh man, William Wood, they almost got that thing on the radar at Abbotsford International Airport. It was all 4 tires off the ground on the rear bumper as that car has come to a stop just before the traps in the 8th mile mark. So William back up and running under his own power as he'll take that car down to the top end and make the turn off as the crew just making sure that did not pancake the oil pan or leave any fluid down on the racetrack when it did come back down onto the ground as that thing hit hard with the front end after getting, again, some big hang time. So crew's still looking things over down there in just past 330-foot cone. Once again, just checking to make sure that nothing's been laid down by Will Wood's Mustang in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So quick check of the racetrack. Looks like one final limited street competitor lined up and ready to go for round number 2 of qualifying before we roll into the rest of the West Coast Outlaws program. Looks like Real Street will be the next class up, so West Coast Outlaws as well. Chris, you mentioned, I believe, the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster in the staging lanes as well, so they're going to try and slot that back in at some point after having the problems on its initial attempt to get the first run in. So still checking over things as they'll make sure that William didn't have any problems with that machine down there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, you can see the quads move down to the quarter-mile mark to just check things out. And just as soon as we get the A-OK from the starting line crew, as well as the rest of the safety team, we will roll off with this final truck in Outlaw 27, or rather Limited Street qualifying. So it looks like the tractor is going out for just some quick work in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So it's a little bit more downtime there. Again, William Wood, the final pairing, not the final car down the racetrack for Limited Street qualifying. Making some big time contact when he came down from the wheel stand. So again, a quick check of things, quick pass of the tractor, and we should be getting ready to go to finish things off here for Limited Street qualifying.
So much more racing to come, folks, after we finish with our real street class. We're going to be heading into the Doorslammers, where we have a healthy field of Doorslammers out there going to do their second qualifying pass. And the Pro Mods, Top Fuel Harley, Pro Mod bikes, and a whole nother round of the West Coast Outlaws. So tons of racing left to come. Of course, the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster in the staging lanes. That will be coming right up. Can't wait to see him race. Had a little bit of problem when he tried to race before. Just something popped off and started leaking oil. So they pushed her back to the pits and got her all figured out. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here, presented by Lordco on the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway. If you want to be a race car driver, you can come on out to the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Our next one is September the 1st. September 1st, where you can be the race car driver, bring your grocery getter, your street legal race cars, bring it all, bring your Teslas. We have a great old time here at the Friday Night Street Legals in September. It's September 1st and September the 15th. We've also got the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association putting on their big two-day race, September 16th and 17th. It's always a great time on the beach here at Mission Raceway. The Mission Finals, September 22nd to 25th. And, of course, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, September 29th and October 1st. That's when all of these Outlaw racers will be back. A full weekend of Radial tire racing, Doorslammers, and all the cool kids will be back.
Well, here we go with the final competitor in Limited Street, getting ready for round 2 of qualifying. Cade Shirk, who had some problems in round 1 of qualifying. Cade in that 1999 Chevy S10, a kind of last-minute addition to the limited street field. For the Titanium Auto Group team, titaniumracing.ca you can head to. Of course, the Titanium Auto Group in the last few years here at Mission Raceway Park has stepped up big time, and man, oh man, have been big time supporters both in racing out here at Mission Raceway Park and on the sponsorship side of things, as Cade is having a little bit of problems getting that thing into reverse, trying to coax that thing back for the burnout. You can see Dad Derek leaning in, trying to get that truck backed up. So, fortunately, on a single here for Cade Shirk, is they're still trying to get that truck into reverse. Going to see if they can maybe try and rock it back and forth to get it. So it looks like, unfortunately, having to push Cade's machine back from the burnout. You can see the starting line crew jumping in to help out. Cade again having a little bit of difficulty there in that step side S10. So again, a 5:18 currently, the number one qualifier in Outlaw 275, presented by MDA Fabrication. That is Max Nielsen. And Cade having some problems in round one of qualifying. Still having some difficulty getting that thing into the right gear, as they again had to push that truck back for the burnout. So one of our motorcycle competitors going to get a run in between the completion of Limited Street for Gulf and Fraser Financial, and then we are going to run into Real Street competition for Jerry's OK Tire. It's going to be a bracket class come eliminations, and unfortunately, they have run out of time with Cade Shirk's machine. So the racer out of Langley is going to get pushed back from the line, and a very tough break there for Cade, and looks like that is going to round things off. For Gulf and Fraser Financial Limited Street here at Mission Raceway Park, in round number 2 of qualifying, they've got one last session to finish off the night. And we have got a Pro Mod bike in the water box. Don't forget, of course, Canada West Doorslammers and Pro Modifieds still coming up here in just a little while. It's getting ready for Rob Aston from Calgary, his 2018 Hayabusa. The Zen Custom Home sponsored machine, again with that street tire on the back. We saw Rob go deep into the 7-second zone on his first pass in Pro Mod motorcycle competition. They were getting some good chances at test hits here in front of the crowd here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend. So Rob getting ready to blink on that top ball. We'll see if he can improve from his first run of the day. Unfortunately, waltzing right up and spinning the tires for Aston, and has to click it off early. He's going to coast through to the top end with a 12:44 with a 5 at 78 miles an hour. It's a tough break there for Rob Aston, as we are now into Jerry's OK Tire Real Street. Their second qualifying round, getting ready.
All right, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Jerry's OK Tire Real Street. Here is Rob Monroe Sr. in the 31 Ford, part of White Knuckle Racing, sponsored by Gibson Racing, going against Tom Turand in the Kraken. Tom currently sitting second in qualifying. All right, looks like our starter saw something he didn't like backing up these two racers. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Doorslammers, you're on a 20-minute standby. Doorslammers, a 20-minute standby, please. Rob Monroe Sr. in the TCS lane. Nice little wheelie here. Car versus bike action. Side by side until the 330, but Tom Turan a 5.5 at 128 with a 9. And a 5.58 at 122 for Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe Jr. in the TCS lane. I saw him getting a brand new 423 cubic inch short block going against Mike Stewart from Langley in the silver chiclet. Quarter mile racing here in Real Street. 10.78 at 122 for Rob Monroe Jr. Mike Stewart a 10.14 at 132. Andrew Camello from Edmonton, 1968 Chevelle called the Stickler. He's part of the Londonderry's Outlaws. It's a manual transmission, folks, going against Real Piccolero from Poco, 1955 Chevy, running a 427 small block Chev, sponsored by Bel Air Stainless. Wow, lots of get up and go for that 55 Chevy. 10.34 at 129 for Real Piccolero, and Andrew Camello 11.86 at 115. Brian Litvin from Edmonton, Alberta in the 05 Chrysler, another Londonderry Outlaw Car Club member. Rob Kleinbeatman from Edmonton, the 72 Chevelle, 502 Chev under the hood in the Lordco lane, calls it the Bandit. Another Londonderry Outlaw. 11.27, 119 with an 8 for Brian in the TCS lane, and Robin 11.50 at 117 with a 5. Joel Smith in the TCS lane, 1971 Pontiac. He's from Abbotsford. That's Tyler Smith's dad. Family Racing for the Smiths, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire, RPM Alignment, and Zapstrap Racing, going against Chad McKenzie in the 08 Dodge from Edmonton. It's his first mission race. He calls his car Flash. Got Chad McKenzie in the Lordco lane versus Joel Smith in the TCS lane. .32, 132 with a 3 for Joel, and Chad taking his foot out of it, 11.85 at 114 with a 9. Real Street, part of the West Coast Outlaw Series. Here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, one of the big points races. Scott Kolodachuk from Surrey in the TCS lane. In his car called Snoop, going against Sean Langley from Linden, Washington, 1969 Mach 1 Mustang, running a 428. calls his car the Hustler. He's the 2022 Pacific Raceway Sportsman champ in the Lordco lane. Scott versus Sean in Mill Street. Scott running a 10.43 at 129 with a 6, and Sean 11.99 at 112. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get door slammers to lanes 2 to 5, please? Door slammers, we need you to lanes 2 through 5, please. Solo pass for Brad Thomas from Squamish, the 2019 Mustang called Mean Green, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Had to let out of it there about mid-track, got a little bit squirrely. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Natanya Peterson, Nick Bond, and Sophia Gets to the Tower? You are the big winners of the Glow Junior Exhibition Pass, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire. Tom Turand in the TCS lane, Rob Monroe Sr. with the big wheelie, heading out a little too eager, red on the 8.67, 155 with a 4 for Tom Turand on the Kraken, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs. Robin 8.93, 148 with a 7, sponsored by Gibson Racing Transmission and SD Performance. Lots more racing action to come. Door slammers, you should be making your way to the staging lanes. Lanes 2 through 5, please. Door slammers to the lanes 2 through 5. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Natanya Peterson, Nick Bond, and Sophia Getz, come on down to the tower. You are the big winners in the Glow Junior Exhibition Pass. Come on to the tower. We've got prizes for you.
Well, for those that stuck around, the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster is now at the head of staging. It'll be making its way under the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge momentarily, so getting ready for their second attempt at getting a run in under their belt so far. All right, so the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster back and getting ready to roll through the water box. Again, we saw them get shut off, unfortunately, before they could make their first pass. Getting ready for attempt number 2 again to take it down to the 1,000-foot mark, as that is the distance for NHRA Top Fuel competition. And now the standard around the world wherever Top Fuel is run. So again, getting ready to experience 10,000 horsepower from Dave Fedorowicz out of Calgary, Alberta. And again, Dave's been running Top Fuel approaching, hard to believe, almost 40 years, starting in the 1980s. The racer out of Calgary that's always been kind of the low-budget racer, trying to challenge some of the big teams of the NHRA Tour. They've been racing pretty much locally so far since their return to competition. Ran at the Rocky Mountain Nationals, part of Top Fuel match race action. The last few years has made their way to Mission Raceway Park to put on a show for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Give us a taste of some Nitro. So getting ready to get things fired up and ready to go down there in the starting line. So once again, the Darkside Racing Top Fuel Dragster comes to life, getting ready for the burnout. Hopefully getting ready to make a full 1,000-foot run here in the TCS lane. So ground shaking on the burnout, and that's with the throttle stop engaged, as again these cars have that throttle stop, and you'll see the crew take off after the burnout. Avoid that car hydraulicking on the burnout or lifting the supercharger on that machine as it gets backed up. Again, twin magnetos. And you can see all the raw nitromethane fuel coming out of the pipes, and when that car gets going and when Dave steps on the loud pedal, that is the raw fuel igniting out of the headers is what you're going to see flame-wise out of the back of that machine. Is again having a little bit of an oil leak on the starting line last time that they came up. For safety reasons, obviously, when you've got a machine capable of running over 500 kilometers an hour, 300 miles an hour to 1,000 feet, you want everything to be A-OK before you bring that race car up to the starting line. So now Dave Fedorowicz getting guided into the beams once again and getting ready to hopefully make his first pass of the weekend. We'll see what kind of run it is going to be, how long Dave elects to try and take this race car down the TCS side of the racetrack as we get ready for some Top Fuel action here at MRP. Well, you saw the massive header flames, and that thing, again, tried to rotate the earth and just went straight up into some wicked tire shake and tire smoke as Dave Fedorowicz will idle his way down the racetrack to a 1374. So you can see the automatic chutes popping out in the back of that race car, part of a safety feature that was introduced a few years ago by the NHRA. So Dave Fedorowicz making his way off the racetrack and giving us a little taste of Top Fuel action, and unfortunately not getting too far there in their first pass of the weekend. They're going to be back 2 more times tomorrow, getting a feel for the racetrack and their first hit of the weekend here at Mission Raceway Park as the crew will climb in the tow vehicle, get ready to go pick up Dave down there at the top end. Again, a 1374 with a 7, coasting his way down the TCS side of the racetrack.
Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here on the Titanium Strip. Big thanks to everybody who's hanged out with us to the bitter end here. Still a lot more racing action to come. All of the Doorslammers making their way. Oh, there they are, all in the staging lanes now. So big thanks to everybody here coming out and spending your evening and into the night with us here. Lots more racing action to come, though, if you want to come hang out. But thanks again. We love having you out here. Friday night, Friday of the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Lots more racing coming tomorrow. Of course, Darkside making 2 passes tomorrow.
And there go the Darkside racing team down to pick up their driver. How about making some noise for the Darkside camp there? Again, their first run of the weekend. And again, they're going to come back with some data for tomorrow. They're going to have their afternoon run, then the nighttime to see those big high header flames again. That thing, you could see it jump off the ground with both rear tires off the ground. It's some wicked, wicked tire shake. And you know, talking with Jerry Lucky, I was announcing earlier on that some drivers now have adapted wearing mouth guards when they go down the racetrack to help their teeth from chattering in that instance. They also have some SFI spec padding that completely surrounds all the roll cage inside of that race car. His tire shake was quite a serious problem for a while there, and they managed to get that padding in as well and helping out with any incident as well, as those race cars are very, very safe machines. That is a Morgan Lucas racing chassis that is built back in Indianapolis, Indiana. Of course, NHRA specifications, and the Darkside team picking up that car a few years ago here from NHRA competition. So again, as you can see, a little bit of track work going on, and then we are going to get into some Canada West Doorslammer qualifying action, and the West Coast Pro Modifieds are also going to be making their second pass of the evening.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
You folks at home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One Stunt team.
And the wind light association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay. Glad about Valley's up to
This is just the beginning, folks.
Well, you can still see some safety equipment down there at the top end of the tractors making the passes in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Again, Canada West Doorslammers getting ready for their second qualifying pass, brought to us by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Are you in the market for a new vehicle? At Greenlight Auto Financing, we have access to over 1,500 vehicles varying from all makes and models. With decades of experience, we pride ourselves on honesty and compassion. Our focus is getting you approved through our large pool of lenders, and we offer free delivery anywhere in BC. That is Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. And again, in addition to Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Winter Harbor Marine and RV helping out with the Canada West Doorslammers, as well as Total Dairy Solutions. Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Fuel Distributor. Hey, it's Jason Field. Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, as well as Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travelland RV helping out with the 2023 Canada West Doorslammer season, bringing us all the action here at Mission Raceway Park. Also, if you are not with a car, one of those golf carts at the head of staging, we need you guys to move, as the Canada West Doorslammers have all their golf carts and tow vehicles that need to be in the spots that you are currently occupying. So if you're just spectating, we need you to move your golf carts. So again, we'll make the call that if you are not with a Canada West Doorslammer, we need you to move your golf cart. And if you are not using your golf cart to retrieve a race car that is competing in the second round of qualifying for Canada West Doorslammers, we need you to move that from in front of the tower. Looking at the qualifying sheet, it's like 40 cars currently making an attempt, round number 1 of qualifying for Canada West Doorslammers. So we'll see who elects to coming up for round number 2 of qualifying. And here comes the first pair underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, and it is going to be Andy Hatton in the TCS side of the racetrack, and it's going to be up against Paul Soares over there in the Pontiac. The Le Mans over in the Lordco Auto Parts lanes. The 69 Camaro for Hatton. So the big block Chevy for Hatton, courtesy of Steve Schmidt Racing Engines, against Paul Soares. The racer out of Terrace. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Pro Modifies. West Coast Pro Modifies, we need you guys on standby. West Coast Pro Mods, we need you on standby. So Andy Hatton, Langley Zone, the TCS side of the racetrack, coming into this session solidly in the field with an 828 with a 461 miles an hour. His best run. Paul Soares over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, trying to break into the 7-second bracket. He's down to the 8.0s right now with an 8.08 with a 3 at 169 miles an hour. Waiting on Soares to turn on that bottom ball. So, at the top end, it is going to be Soares getting to the stripe first with an 8.01 with a 4, so improving on his lapse time from round number 1 of qualifying, 8.31 with a 3, 158 miles an hour for the Grinch Camaro for Andy Hatton from Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, and Taves Roofing. Soares will move up 1 spot to the number 21 qualifying spot. We'll see the second Soares family member switching lanes The TCS side of the racetrack and his Chevy Cavalier, Brody Soares from Terrace. Brody, back during the Door Wars weekend, got his NHRA competition license. Another racer that got their license during Door Wars, Ray Bollinger from Maple Ridge, his 1969 Chevy Camaro, the Speed Tech USA Just Mechanical sponsored machine. They're on the far side of the racetrack. Brody, fortunately, had to shut off early, so he is still looking to run quicker than an 870 to get himself qualified into the field. Both cars leaving the line strong, getting to the top end. Soares is going to find himself solidly into the field. 772 with the 6. 177 miles an hour for Brody Soares is over there on the far side of the racetrack. An 824 with a 0. 163 miles an hour for the racer out of Maple Ridge, Ray Bollinger. As next up, it'll be Kerry Young in the 2003 S10 pickup. The small block Chevy for the Young's Mechanical Lordco Auto Parts machine. That is an all steel bodied S10. And Brody Shirk over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop 67 Chevy with a big block Chevy under the hood. Naturally aspirated for Shirt. A little bit of nitrous assistance for the small block. Well, hey, if that was elimination, solid reaction times both sides of the racetrack. 827 with 359 miles an hour for Kerry Young. And Brody Shirk getting a little straight second with an 842 at the 259 miles an hour. So Kerry Young in the pickup truck. 848 with an 8 in round number 1 of qualifying. He's going to improve big time in the ET department at least. An 827 with the 359 miles an hour for Kerry for the racer out of Port Alberni. As your next pair already finished their burnouts, it is Cam Chance. We saw that thing naturally aspirated before, making an appearance during Door Wars, and they have switched that car since to the supercharged combo. 1471 supercharger running on alcohol against Courtney's Poe Freeboard, one of the many Vancouver Island racers that have found a home in Canada West Doorslammer's competition and made their home track here at Mission. Whoa, Cam Chance got over by the center line, tried to get into it, thought better of it. Shuts it off, 732 with a 3 at 189 miles an hour. Poe had a strong wheels up charge going in the Shelby Mustang. So Lane Woolley in the TCS lane in that 1970 Duster. And just like the ads in the early 2000s said, yep, it's got a Hemi. Bucky's Mini Excavating, Token Fiberglass, Marcus Family Machine, and Dave Warren, Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack in that iconic Blue Max Impala that is rather Bel Air, I should say. Correct myself. Out of Mission, short commute to the racetrack for Dave, who has been a fixture with the Canada West Doorslammer category pretty much since its inception here at Mission Raceway Park. And another racer that we saw take a little bit of time away from the racetrack and come back in the last few years in that machine and is slotted right back in, running deep into the 7-second zone. And Lane Woolley, that Duster. So Woolley pre-stage, waiting on the Blue Max to come in for Dave Warren. You can see Warren's car also driving right over To the center line, the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. He had to shut it off early as well. 767 with a 178 miles an hour from Lane Woolley. The TCS side of the racetrack as your next pair is getting ready.
Rod Leclerc from Victoria, 1967 Camaro, running a 568, sponsored by Paradise Homes. He's been racing 10 years with the Canada West Doorslammers. He's in the Lordco lane. Canada West Doorslammers here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Thanks to everybody here hanging out with us. We have a big field of Doorslammers here this weekend. Big purge of the nitrous for Rod Leclerc in the Lordco lane. Got a GTO here in the TCS lane. This number's not coming up on our computer for some odd reason. Mike Sapine here in the TCS lane. Problems for Rod McClare in the Lordco lane. Mike Sapine, a 9.01 at 101 with a 5. I was noticing earlier... You know, some of these Doorslammers are so fast, they're almost as fast as the Pro Mod bikes. Unbelievable. We've got Devin Jansen in a 70 Nova in the TCS lane from Armstrong, BC, running a 565 big block Chevy, going against Dale Jansen, also from Armstrong. Is this father-son, brothers? Not sure. Family racing here in the Canada West Doorslammers. Dale's in the 66 Canso with a 406 small block Chev. First bulbs are lit. There we go. Nice lift off for Devin. And a no-go for Dale so far. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Pro Mods to the lanes, please? Pro Mod, we need you to the lanes. Shout out to everybody out here hanging out, watching the rest of the Friday night edition of the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We actually have a lot more racing yet to come. The rest of our Doorslammers. And of course, we've got the Pro Mods, Top Fuel Harley, Pro Mod bike, and a whole nother round of West Coast Outlaw action. Bad break for Dale, getting pushed back out of the lane. Have to back up Howie in his 55 Bel Air. Qualifying runs here for the Canada West Doorslammers. Great to see everybody out here. It's a lot of cars here in the Doorslammers class. There's 40 Doorslammers. Unbelievable. Zach Joyce in the TCS lane. He's in the 1948 Austin, running a 512 Dodge motor. He's from Langley. Currently in the 15th position here in qualifying. Winklehorse in the 55 Bel Air, running a 620 Chev. He's from Abbotsford, currently in number 29. So he is looking to better his time for sure. Get back into a lower position. Of course, that's what they're all going for, Chrissy. Wake up. Canada West Doorslammers here. Zach Joyce in the TCS lane. Howie Winklehorse in the Lordco lane. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Wow, great side-by-side racing action going to Zach Joyce, an 8.33 at 131. And Howie Winklehorst, 8.49 at 134. Kathy Freeborn in the TCS lane from Courtney on the island. 1970 Camaro running a 589 big block Chev, sponsored by Comox Valley, Bobcat, and Excavating. It's going against Jason Field from Mission, purchasing that nitrous over there in that 71 Chevy Nova. Sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, and Induction Solutions. Is Kathy Freeborn TCS lane and Jason Field. 8.20163 with an 8 for Jason Field, and Kathy Freeborn 8.55, 159 with a 7. Here comes a solo pass for Mike Kenworthy from Arlington, Washington, 1992 Firebird, running a 584. Sponsored by Illusion Motorsports and Speedmark. Qualifying rounds here in the Canada West Doorslammers. Mike's last pass was an 8.52 at 159 with a 7, looking to beat that and move on up. At 158 with a 2 for Mike Kenworthy. All right, track officials just heading out on the track, making sure everything is A-OK. Safety is first, of course, especially with the Doorslammers. They're so fast, racing to the quarter mile. Looks like our track officials see something they don't like. I think the tractor's coming out to clean up the business. We'll be back into our Canada West Doorslammers right after we take care of that. Green Light Auto Sales and Financing, a huge sponsor of the Doorslammer class. Whether you have good credit, bad credit, or no credit, their experienced team at Greenlight Auto Financing can help get you approved. With a large pool of lenders, they offer in-house financing with rates starting at 2.49%. Wow. With over 1,500 vehicles in their inventory, their team will make the car buying process smooth and hassle-free. You can trade in vehicles. Come visit them today at 7179 Horn Street in Mission, or contact them at greenlightautofinancing.ca to get approved today. So we appreciate you, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, for sponsoring the Canada West Doorslammer class. I'd like to take a moment and thank Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley, Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, Travel Land RV. Thank you so much, all those fine sponsors of the Canada West Doorslammers. Big shout out to everybody in the stands. You guys are amazing, die-hard race fans. So thank you so much for being out here with us. Wrapping up the Friday night edition here of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We do it all weekend, and tomorrow is the big show. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. We hope you join us again tomorrow, and bring your whole family. It's fun for the kids, fun for everybody. I mean, I forgot to even check out the bouncy castle today. Hopefully they'll let me in. But lots of fun things for the kids and for the adults. If you want to watch the racing action, perhaps from the beer gardens tomorrow. So come on down again tomorrow. Got full day and night of racing action, as well as Sunday, the Wally race. A big ET NHRA bracket race, and they're racing for the Wallies, folks. So that is a big deal. Lots of racing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, brought to you by Lordco Auto Parts.
So after that little bit of lane work, looks like we got a pair of Canada West Doorslammers left. Then we'll roll into West Coast Pro Modifieds, and Top Fuel Harleys to finish things off for night number 1 of the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend. Of course, we had really night number 2, because we had Test and Tune last night, the first official night on the program. So, again, getting that starting line all good to go, just making sure that everything is tip-top before we roll off with this, what looks to be final pair of Canada West Doorslammers in round number 2 of qualifying under the lights here at Mission Raceway Park.
Little bit of track prep before we get to our pro mods. Pro mods coming right up.
Again, don't forget to take a look at the West Coast Pro Modified tent, see all the great offers that they have there, as well as their West Coast Pro Modified merchandise. And then they've got their QR codes that you can scan for a lot of different bonuses, from things like Chop My Rate, one of their key sponsors, Daco Ventures. Dave Kowalski and his gang down there for West Coast Pro Modified. So make sure, again, if you don't check out their tent before they pack things up for the evening tonight, to do so tomorrow if you're in attendance as well. We thank everybody for sticking it out here for the final Pro Modified session. Again, the final pair is still to run for Canada West Doorslammers, and the final session of Top Fuel Harley for the evening as well here at Mission Raceway Park for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Big thanks going out again to Lordco Auto Parts, helping us out not only throughout the season here at Mission Raceway Park, but for this weekend as well, stepping up as the presenting sponsor for this event. They're open 7 days a week in over 100 locations across British Columbia. They also got a few locations popping up in Alberta as well. You can go to lordco.com to find a location near you. Or again, check out their social media feed at Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That is at Lordco Auto Parts. Well, here we go. Last pair for round number 2 of qualifying for Canada West Doorslammers. Gordy Abagouche out of Kelowna, his 2002 Chevy Corvette. Completing his burnout in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, Derek Shirk in that 55 Chevy Bel Air, the Titanium Auto Group JS Performance Bubba Speed Shop car, getting backed up from the burnout as we speak. Derek qualifying round number 1 with a 782 with a 373 miles an hour over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, and Gordy in the Corvettes qualified the number 20 spot, just dipping into the 7s with 795 to 578 miles an hour in his first run in that nitrous assisted machine. The Sonny's Racing Engines power plant underneath the hood scoop of the early 2000s Vet. So getting set for the final pair in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying for Friday, and both drivers pre-stage. Now the bottom bulb is lit. Getting to the top pair at Shirk, 782 to 372 miles an hour for the racer out of Langley, and Gordy Abagouche in the Vet. Early shut-off, 942, the 100 miles an hour as he coasts through to the top end. And we'll get ready for a little West Coast Pro Modified action coming underneath the bridge. All right, attention to the pits, Outlaw 275, you guys. We need you to the lanes, MDA Fabrication, Outlaw 275. You guys are being called to the lanes. Well, here we go. First pair in the second session for Pro Modified. Getting fired up and ready to go, and it is the pair of the 2 different generations of Mustangs, 2 different generations of combinations. With Ryan Griffin, the twin turbocharged 67 Mustang, up against the screw supercharged Mustang of Garrett Richards. And man, oh man, you can barely even hear the burnout from Ryan Griffin over the idle of Richards' machine. As Griffin is on the TCS side of the racetrack, pit side, spectator's side, hoping to light up the Lordco Auto Parts scoreboard with a big number. Garrett Richards getting backed up from the burnout. You can see the dew in the back window of Richards' Mustang as it backs up. The crew member guiding Garrett in, and he's actually got a pretty clear sight of the Christmas tree with that massive injector hat sticking up from that Ford Mustang, as opposed to if he was to make a run in the left lane, the TCS side of the racetrack, way clear line of sight. Ryan Griffin, that twin turbocharged Mustang, as you mentioned, one of the few turbo cars anywhere to have those zoomy headers, usually running the bullhorn setup. When it comes to the exhaust on that machine, and Ryan out of Olympia, Washington, running a 430 pedaling it in round number 1. The West Coast Pro Modified, their first run. And Garrett Richards into the 380s on his first run earlier today, currently number 2 when it comes to the elapsed time department. As he is staged, waiting on Griffin to bump it in. Richards on a pass, 388 with a 198 miles an hour. Ryan Griffin goes sub 1 second to the 60-foot, a .997 60-foot time for Griffin. That Mustang was moving Unfortunately, off of it early with a 4:33 with a 439 miles an hour, 101 60-foot time for Richards for the racer out of Tacoma, as it was Washington State in both lanes. And Garrett Richards, the two-time Western Drag Racing League champion, get another 380 pass here so far for his Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend, the racer that has made every single West Coast Pro Modified race for 2023 so far. As getting ready next, it is the battle of the 63 split window vets. Steve Nicholson is in the TCS side of the racetrack, and Nick Duda. So Nicholson completes the burnout. And so Nick Duda in the vet over there on the far side of the racetrack, as Keith Peterson was mentioning earlier. The small block Chevrolet setup with some twin turbochargers slapped on it for good measure, the precision turbos for Nick. The Performance World Corvette and Steve Nicholson running the big cubic inch nitrous setup, over 900 cubic inches. Some of these race engines power for Nicholson, as you'll see him purge the nitrous system. Nicholson, the Outlaw 10.5 Corvette, against a car that also formerly competed at Outlaw 10.5. We saw it in Pro Street action with the West Coast Outlaws, Door Wars. Nick, a former Door Wars Pro Modified winner. Really the only difference between Nick's Outlaw 10.5 setup and the Pro Mod is slapping those bigger slicks on the back of it in Pro Modified competition. And Steve Nicholson still tried and true with Mickey Thompson's on the back, the 10.5 tire. So we got guided into the beams. One final purge of the nitrous system. You'll hear the boost build for Nick Duda over there on the far side of the racetrack. And Nicholson will get ready to bring the revs up as well in his ECS lane. Duda shutting her off early after some big-time tire shake. 4:01 with a 7,180 miles an hour for Steve Nicholson. And that is an improvement from his first run. The early shutoff, a 4:30 with an 135 miles an hour, and round number, or the first session rather. And Steve Nicholson runs it through with that 4:01 with a 180 miles an hour. It carries it right on through to the top end and almost into the 3-second zone for the 10.5 tire Corvette. So, getting ready to roll into the water box next. Looks to be Ryan Hayward in his 1969 Chevy Camaro. Hayward, the Rare and Morrison power plant, also several kits of nitrous on it. Hayward coming into the second hit of the weekend with a 378 with a 6. Just shy of 200 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark. His first pass here on Friday. The Code Blue Camaro for Judd and Black Appliances out of Marysville, Washington. This car has also been in the 372nd zone with those 10.5 tires in the back of it. As Ryan getting backed up from the burnout. See, traditionally, you have the crew member out in front, but a lot of these cars and drivers have radio communication now back and forth. So Ryan's crew member back behind the car, talking to him, guiding him over the headset. Ryan with the in-ears inside of the race car, able to listen to the crew member, guiding him back where he wants him in the lane as they will purge the nitrous. There's a whole lot of nitrous. 959 cubic inches. We mentioned the big cubic inch setup. Of course, the iconic Rare Morrison gang building the motor for Ryan Hayward. So let's see if Ryan can try and better that 378 from earlier on in the day. Unfortunately, Hayward looks like he's going to jump through the beams and shuts the car off. So Hayward will see if the crew elects to try and back him up, or they're just going to send him on down Broadway as the Top Fuel Harleys are getting ready to roll into the water box next. Looks like that, unfortunately, going to do it for Ryan as the crew will push that car back. Very tough break. I know Ryan wanted one final shot at the racetrack tonight here in the nighttime conditions. Looks like they're just going to push him back shy of the start line. Fortunately, the beauty with these nitrous cars is you can not get too much heat in them and should hopefully be able to restart it. So that is what looks to be the plan here. So Ryan will go through the purging of the nitrous system quickly just to make sure that everything is all good to go. And he'll have attempt number 2 at going down the TCS side of the racetrack. Well, that thing had a strong 60-foot time, a 9:52.952 to 60 foot. And unfortunately, saw that car drive right towards the center line, and Ryan having to shut it off, still coast to a 575 with a 1 at 77 miles an hour with that early shutoff. So Ryan Hayward and the team getting some good data on that run. They will go back to the pits and try and regroup and get ready for tomorrow here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. And we will get ready for more Nitro action of the two-wheeled variety for the Top Fuel Harleys, brought to us by Rad Torque Systems and Chop My Rate. So the Top Fuel Harleys back for their second round of qualifying. Nate Gagnon currently at the top of the qualifying order. Big speed, 215 miles an hour for Nate. Well, here we go as the first bike fires. The TCS side of the racetrack. So Nate Gagnon in the Big Kids Racing Top Fuel Harley out of Qualicum Beach. The Rad Torque Systems sponsored Chop My Rate motorcycle. Nate, one of the guys behind getting Top Fuel Harley action, kind of kick-started and back here in the West Coast, and made the tow also to Rad Torque Raceways throughout the year so far in 2023. Here goes Nate for run number 2 of the weekend, and it goes boom off the line. You can see the big flame, and that is exactly why they've got those protective vests underneath the leathers, is Nate Gagnon has a big boomer right off the line. You can see Nate wisely pulling that bike out of the racing groove right in the center of the racetrack over to the non-prep part. As Nate will have a quick look at the side of that bike, and the safety team will go meet up with Nate to make sure that that motorcycle can get off the racetrack and won't be leaking anything onto the racing surface itself. Tension in the pits, Golf and Fraser Limited Street. Golf and Fraser Limited Street, we need you to the lanes for your third qualifying pass. Golf and Fraser Limited Street to the lanes. So tough break for Nate. They're going to get the scooter hooked up with the tow strap down there to try and get that bike brought to the first turnoff just past the scoreboards at the top end of the racetrack. That'll get opened up for Nate to help speed up the retrieval process for that motorcycle. Your current number one qualifier having a tough break on his second pass of the night. So another pair of bikes in the water box as we'll just wait for Nate to get clear to the top end. So Pete Waugh and Jim Schellenberg at the ready. As soon as the racetrack is cleared, we get the all good sign. Pete from over in Vancouver Island, another one of our Vancouver Island competitors from Nanaimo. Jim from just down the road in Surrey, the TDS sponsored machine, and Jim a veteran of Top Fuel Harley competition back in the CMDRA days, moving on through as Pete Waugh has come to the category in the last few years on board the second Big Kids Racing motorcycle. Again, Chop My Rate, Comox Valley Bobcat, Rad Torque Systems helping out sponsor your Western Canadian Nitro Harleys, helping to bring all the action throughout the 2023 season. And again, big thanks going out to everybody sticking around here at the racetrack to check out some two-wheeled Nitro action. And also, we got our final qualifying session of the night coming up for the NBA Fabrication Outlaw 275 gang. Golf and Fraser Limited Street coming up, as it'll be Schellenberg and Waugh. Both riders already into the 6-second bracket, trying to improve here in their second run in their second qualifying session. So Real Street and Outlaw Street, you're on standby. Again, Real Street and Outlaw Street, this is your standby call to the lanes. So again, into the sixes, 200 miles an hour plus the target for both of these riders. We will see who is going to get to the stripe first if they can improve on run number one. Both riders pre-stage, both in. Waugh out of it early. You can see Schellenberg trying to work that bike from off the center line. He's also going to click it off early and goes 7.69 with a 7 at 150 miles an hour. And Pete Waugh clicking it off early as well. He had that thing trucking past the 330-foot mark before he clicked it off, as the 8th mile numbers reflect that Pete off the throttle early, a 9.77 with a 2 for matter of record at 95 miles an hour for Pete Watt on the TCS side of the racetrack. It looks like one last Top Fuel Harley. It looks like we're going to sneak a Pro Mod in there as well and get into the small tire stuff to finish off the night. West Coast Outlaws. Damian Cowden from Shawnigan. We got at least a 330-foot test pass underway on board that motorcycle that debuted kind of during the pandemic. They really didn't get a chance to sort this bike out a whole lot, and really 2023 has been the first time that they have made multiple races to make multiple attempts at getting down the racetrack here at Mission Raceway Park. Damian on his previous combos been as fast as a 624 at 230 plus miles an hour for the 3-time CMDRA champion in the Top Fuel Harley class. Again, that bike, a very unique combo that Damian thinks, once they get that thing sorted out, is going to be a ticket to maybe getting a V-twin into the low 6s, maybe even the 5-second bracket. So here we go. Damian Cowden on board the Parker Johnson Roofing Danger Boy Steve Drains ported motorcycle. So they ease that thing off the start stand, and we'll get ready for the final Top Fuel Harley, a Friday of smoke, fire, and thunder. So you can hear the distinctly different engine note for Damian. That is because this bike is supercharged as opposed to fuel injected, which is what they're trying to work on the combo for. There are not a lot of supercharged Harley-Davidson combinations anywhere in the world, as a matter of fact, let alone here in the Pacific Northwest. So Damian Cowden ready for run number 2 of the weekend. See that thing lean right over on the left side. Damian tried to get the bike back over, and that thing got almost up on the sidewall. So you got to look at that in the instant replay. Bike kind of starting to drive over. Got up. You can see the sparks coming off the wheelie bars in the back of the bike, and Damian electing to shut it off and save it for another day. Rides it through to an 11.11 with a 5 at 69 miles an hour for the rider out of Shawnigan Lake. So they will head back to the pits, and again, any runs they can get under power in that bike are going to help them with the tune-up, and fortunately having to click it off rather early that time for Damian Cowden, because that'll do it for Top Fuel Harley action. And again, looks like we have a West Coast Pro Modified under the bridge, getting ready to make the final Pro Mod pass of tonight's racing action. Then we have already the Outlaw 275 competitors. And again, for all the racers in MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, we have made the call for you to head to the lanes for qualifying session number 3. If you are electing to partake in that, we need you guys to the lanes, as well as Gulf and Fraser Financial Limited Street. So we need both of those classes in the lanes. Real Street and Outlaw Street. You guys have both been placed on a standby call. I believe Real Street, really one of the only ones with solid car count rather there is Outlaw Street. A few competitors that are not in that class this weekend, so really it'll only be Real Street called to the lanes. So here comes Eric Horvath in the twin turbocharged Firebird. Again, talking with Keith Peterson earlier on, ever since they introduced this new combo and got a little bit of help in the tuning department, this Firebird has been trending in the right direction. So again, the twin turbocharged Hemi for Eric. Tommy Gunn's barbershop machine. You can see the crew member over there leaning in the right side of the car, and fortunately looking like might be some problems there with Eric's machine. So Eric Horvath's car is shutting off, and it is going to have to get pushed back to the starting line and pushed back to the return road and have to get towed back to the pits. So tough break for Eric Horvath and the team. They're going to, again, head back to the pit area and try and get all set and ready to go for tomorrow here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So some work going on the racetrack right now before we head into that qualifying session, the third session for Outlaw 275. And MDA Fabrication been a big supporter of the class here at Mission Raceway Park as well as throughout the Pacific Northwest. We thank them for their partnership for 2023, and Gulf and Fraser Financial stepping up this year to help with the limited street side of things for the West Coast Outlaws. Of course, they are going to wrap up their points championship at the West Coast Outlaws Shootout, the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. And again, not quite over for points-paying races and form the West Coast Pro Modified. So they've got the Streetcar Super Nationals where they get some appearance points up for grabs. Racers that make the tow down to Vegas. They've kind of moved that race up from November to the tail end of October this year. Also, really switched things over to an 8th mile format. So should shake things up for that race, which has always been a big deal for door car racing. Pacific Northwest, and of course the 4-lane facility there at the Strip, which actually makes it interesting where they run the big tire cars in 2 lanes and then keep 2 lanes separate for the small tire stuff. We've also been enjoying up here in the tower the addition of the lights around here at Mission Raceway Park, lighting up the grandstands, looking great on the live stream and great right here in person as well, especially with all the nighttime action for the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder aspect of things here this weekend. All right, so here we go with the first pair rolling up for round number 3 of qualifying in Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication. It is currently your number 2 and number 4 qualifiers. Scott Schulhauser, the TCS lane in that 1994 Ford Mustang up against Jason Gagnon, the JS Power Sports Gen 3 Speed Radial Flyer. Again, Jason switching up the Novas. We're used to seeing him in the angle plug Nova. Jason getting backed up from the burnout there over on the far side of the racetrack. Ran a 450 with a 6. So 6 thou, should make it 7 thou away from dipping into the 440s for Jason, as Schulhauser from Calgary and it guided into the beams. Currently your number 2 qualifier by 5 thousandths of a second over Justin Gallant. Schulhauser running a 445 with a 0, a 445 with a 5 for Gallant, putting him in the number 3 qualifying spot at the moment. So it is Kelowna, the Okanagan, over there on the far side of the racetrack up against Calgary, Alberta for Scott Schulhauser. Well, Schulhauser shuts it off, but Jason Gagnon goes through to a 459 with an 161 miles an hour. He is unable to improve on his 450 with a 6 from earlier on, so he is going to stay in the number 4 position. Schulhauser obviously is going to rely on round number 2's elapsed time with that 445 with a 0, putting him currently in the number 2 position. So it is cooled right off here at Mission Raceway Park, as we mentioned. You don't want the racetrack too hot. You don't want the racetrack too cold either. It really tightens things up in the power window. As Chris Houston out of Lethbridge. Horsepower Solutions Mustang up against J.R. Lazick. Lazick, currently your number 12 qualifier with an early shutoff, 501 with 227 miles an hour. And Houston, 2 spots above him, comes in as the number 10 qualifier, a 486 with a 147 miles an hour. Whole lot of nitrous assistance for Lazick over there on the far side of the racetrack. Again, who's been running the West Coast Pro Modifieds regularly throughout the 2023 season. Has 2 wins with that organization. The Gen 3 Speed JS Power 63 Chevy Nova. As Chris Houston already lighting that top bulb on the tree. As Lazick getting guided in by his crew member in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Lazick, again, the car capable of running deep into the 4-second zone. Currently mired with a 501 in that early shutoff from round number 2. Had another early shutoff in the 7-second zone in round 1 of qualifying. And more tire spin for Lazick. Top end of the racetrack, 483 with a 248 miles an hour for Chris Houston. 486 with a 0, his previous best run, so he's going to improve in the lapse time department. For Chris Houston, not improving position-wise, still staying in the number 10 spot. As it is Jordan Brandon coming up next in the TCS lane. He is going to go up against Trevor Mulder, of course, qualifying here, round number 3. And Mulder missed out on his first run, had a mechanical failure on that Mustang and did not get to make a pass. Then had to click it off early again. Got on the qualifying sheet with a 10.28 with a 0. That car definitely potential for stronger than that run. It's Jordan Brandon getting backed up, your current number 1 qualifier with a 443 with a 4. And that car also capable of going into the 430s. as well. We saw it at Door Wars. We saw it in the Test and Tune last night here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, conditions a little bit different from that is Mulder, the racer out of Carstairs, Alberta, in the 1990 Fox Body Mustang up against Sherwood Park, Alberta's Jordan Brandon, the back-to-back Door Wars winner. Both drivers light the pre-stage ball. Both turbo cars building up the boost. Mulder gets big time sideways, just reels it in before he destroys the 330-foot cone, fortunately for the timing equipment. Jordan Brandon, 585 with the 102 miles an hour. Early shut off again for Brandon. You're going to see him light up those rear tires right past the 60-foot mark, and then Mulder gets big time sideways. Looks like our Hard Knox stunt team from earlier on getting a little drifting action over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Clicks it off, 771 with an 8 at 60 miles an hour. And unfortunately for Trevor, that's actually going to be an improvement from round number 2 of qualifying. But will not move him up the qualifying ladder, keeps him in the number 18 spot.
All right, folks, you've got me. We got to let Cole Sorensen, the man, the best announcer around. We got to get him some rest. It's a big show tomorrow. So Bob Cook here in the TCS lane in the Horsepower Solutions Milron Trucking 93 F-150 running a 370 LS turbocharged, going against Parm Jawanda from Surrey 1991 Mustang, sponsored by Night Shift and Jawanda Motorsports. West Coast Outlaw Series, Outlaw 275 class here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Rolling through the lane for Parm Jawanda, so no time. Bob Cook, 499 at 143 with a 1 to the 8th mile. He's definitely going to like that time better than the 5.36 he did earlier. Next up, it's Rick McLeod from Vernon. 1970 Dodge, running a 689 Mopar Power. Going against Chris Gould. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaw Street to the lanes, please? Outlaw Street to lanes 1. And Real Street to lanes 2 and 3, please. That's Outlaw Street to lanes 1 and Real Street to 2 and 3. Mick McLeod here, purging his nitrous. Going against Chris Gould in the 2000 Mustang from Spruce, Alberta, sponsored by CT Automotive. At 149 with a 1 for Rick McLeod. Chris Gould, a 4.76 at 159. Is Daniel Rodriguez from Chilliwack in that Ken Specialty Automotive, Milron Truck Body, McGraw Metalworks, Color Compress Corporation's 81 Malibu, running a 598 big block Chev. Going against Tyler Bodke. He's from Rochester, Washington, the 92 Mustang. He's running a 417 Ford turbocharged, fuel injected. He's owned this for a year. He's been a bracket racer since he has been 16 years old and heads up for the last 4 years. I was talking to him. He says there's 2,000 horsepower in that car, and his tuner would like to say fuel tech sucks. So Daniel Rodriguez in the TCS lane and Tyler Bodke in the Lordco lane. Tyler getting out of it, and a 4.47 at 158 with a 4.4 Daniel Rodriguez. Do you believe he was the winner at Door Wars? West Coast Outlaw Series, Outlaw 275 class here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Just wrapping up our Outlaw class. Outlaw Street, you should be in lane 1. Real Street, you should be making your way to lanes 2 and 3, please. Justin Gallant in the TCS lane from Chilliwack in that BDL Auto BMW race car. Super Steve's Tire 85 box body Mustang running a 363 small block Ford. Going against Mike Hawkins, also from Chilliwack in the Ken Specialty Automotive Diversified Metalworks 81 Malibu. He's running a 598 big block Chev. Justin Gallant in the TCS lane versus Mike Hawkins in the Lordco lane. Mike running that 598 big block Chev with a nitrous assist, a big old purge. Wow, it's a lot of nitrous he's purging. Having problems there, but it looks like Justin coasting to the 8th mile first. 7.02 for Justin, 8.9. Couple throwaway passes, and tomorrow will be the real deal. MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. Steve Stokinen from Surrey, 1981 Mustang. He's got a pro-charged 81 Mustang running a 445. Sponsored by the LMS Group. I'm told he's the only pro-charged vehicle in this class, so that's pretty cool. .7 to 159 with the 9, getting a little snaky in the top end, but he held her down. lane, we've got Hawaii 5-0. It's Vanessa Richards from Kelowna, that 1989 Mustang Fox Body. Sponsored by Precision Concepts and Relocona Chevrolet. Going against Justin Gibson from Surrey, 1988 Mustang 427 called Hollywood. Vanessa Purgeon the Nitrous. I've heard her name a lot, but I am a junior announcer. But I heard she's a fast bad girl right there. So come on, Vanessa Richards in the TCS lane going against Justin Gibson. Little nitrous purge in the Lordco lane. And the top bulb lit in the Lordco lane. The tire right off, both cars having the problems. Well, that's okay, we're just qualifying. And it has gotten quite cold. Big difference from earlier in the qualifying. Jason Gibson from Surrey, 1991 Mustang. He was the winner of the Seattle Points race in Limited Street in a car he calls Kenny. Going against Bobby Ehlers, 1989 Mustang, running a 408 LS. Calls it the 89 Chev Stang. All those Chevy parts making that Mustang cool. Jason Gibson, TCS lane, Bobby Ehlers, Lordco lane, MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. A 5.87 though for Bobby, a 6:05 for Jason to the 8th mile. So pretty much every foot matters, it seems like. I'll tell you, I just love that class. Oh, are we in Limited Street? Sorry, Limited Street here. The Gulf and Fraser Financial Limited Street. It's Chris McGraw here. The 94 he calls Flipper. .29, 131 with a 6. Cade Shirk pulling up here in the TCS lane, 99 S10 running a 598 Sunset engine. Now I don't know if we've seen this truck make a full pass yet. Keeps having problems. Actually did make a full pass, but definitely not the pass that they're looking for. So good to see this thing's backing up under its own power. Part of the Shirk team of family racing here. Part of the family of our big sponsor, Titanium Auto Group. Nice little liftoff. Was a little soft at the 60, but 10.18, 41. Outlaw Street here. Brought to you by... Looking for a sponsor for that class for sure. West Coast Outlaw Street here on the Titanium Strip. Rob Monroe. Sponsored by Gibson Racing and that 31 Ford with a 414 small block Chev. Part of the Monroe Racing family. The whole family races here, all the Monroes right into the juniors, as well as Rob Monroe Jr. Rob Monroe Sr., definitely a familiar face here at Mission Raceway, a 5.62 at 121 for Rob Monroe Sr. I'd like to thank everybody out there for hanging out. It's a late night of racing. It's been a long day. And of course, we do this all again tomorrow. It's the big show tomorrow. So looks like we're gonna sneak a motorcycle pass in. Little boom chicka boom for the bike as he pulls out of the groove. Makes his way down the track. Real Piccolario, sorry I'm butchering your last name, 1955 Chevy with a 427 small block Chev in the TCS lane, sponsored by Bel Air Stainless. Going against Andrew Camello from Edmonton, Alberta, the 68 Chevelle. Part of the Londonderry Outlaws, and his car is called the Stickler. Real Street here, quarter mile racing at 10.20 for Real and a 12.11 for Andrew. In Jerry's OK Tire Real Street, it is Tom Turand on the Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs 2017 GSXR called the Kraken. Going against Scott in his 1991 Mustang called Snoop. 5 with a 4 for Tom. Scott, a 10.44 at 129 with a 7. It's Rob Monroe Sr. here, double classing into Real Street. Brought to you by Jerry's OK Tire. He's going against Brad Thomas from Squamish in the 2019 Mustang called Mean Green, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Running the last 2 cars here of the night in Jerry's OK Tire Real Street. Nice lift off for Mr. Monroe Sr. as usual. And lifting off the pedal for Brad Thomas. So again, I'd like to thank you so much on behalf of Mission Raceway and all of our staff here. Thank you so much for coming out to Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, the Friday edition. Of course, we've got a whole nother day of racing tomorrow where it is the big show, my friends. Big show tomorrow. We've got the Darkside coming back. We've got the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car, along with all those Doorslammers, all of our friends. It's the big race. So again, thank you so much for hanging out here with us on this Friday. And if you're watching us on the live stream, we hope to see you in person. We'd love to see you. Come on out. Bring your friends and family. If you're heading on out, please drive safely. And for everyone else, have a great time tonight in the pits. On behalf of all of our staff here, and of course, big thanks, you guys, to our track workers. You guys are the best, I must say. So I bid you good night. My name is Chrissy Anderson. We will see you all tomorrow on the Saturday edition of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder.